In the vast tapestry of history, there are threads so faint that they are often overlooked, yet they weave together the stories of civilizations long gone. One such thread is that of the Sogdians, a people who flourished in the heart of Central Asia, their legacy etched into the annals of time, not through armies or conquests, but through the art of commerce and the exchange of cultures. Today, we embark on a journey into the world of the forgotten merchants, the Sogdians. Picture yourself in the bustling markets of Samarkand or Bukhara, two of the greatest cities along the Silk Road. The air is thick with the aroma of spices, the vibrant colors of silks dancing in the sunlight, and the sounds of merchants shouting their wares. It is here, in these vibrant crossroads of civilization, that the Sogdians thrived. They were not merely traders, they were ambassadors of culture, bridging east and west, connecting empires and peoples. The Sogdian homeland lay nestled between the great mountains of the Tian Shan and the vast steppes of Central Asia. This region, known as Sogdiana, was not just a geographical space. It was a crucible where diverse cultures mingled and flourished. The Sogdians spoke their own language, rich and expressive, and they were the inheritors of a legacy that valued trade and communication above all else. Their society was a tapestry woven from the threads of various cultures, Persians, Greeks, and later the Chinese, each contributing to the vibrant identity of the Sogdians. As we delve deeper into their story, we find ourselves in the 6th century BCE, during the height of the Persian Empire. The Sogdians were already established as formidable traders, moving goods and ideas across vast distances. But it was the rise of the Silk Road, a network of trade routes that connected the East with the West, that truly set the stage for the Sogdians to shine. This ancient highway was not merely a path for merchants. It was a conduit for the exchange of culture, religion, and knowledge. Imagine a Sogdian merchant, let's call him Zoroaster, setting off on a journey from his home in Samarkand, laden with precious silks, spices, and relics. His destination? The bustling markets of Chang'an, the ancient capital of China. As he traverses the rugged terrain, Zoroaster encounters diverse peoples, each with their own languages, customs, and beliefs. Yet, he is not merely a traveler, he is a storyteller, sharing tales from his homeland while absorbing the stories of others. This exchange of narratives is what made the Sogdians unique, turning trade into an art form that transcended the mere exchange of goods. Zoroaster's journey would have been fraught with challenges. Bandits lurking in the shadows, treacherous mountain passes, and the ever-present threat of political upheaval. Yet, for every obstacle, there was an opportunity. The Sogdians were skilled negotiators, adept at navigating the complex web of alliances and rivalries that characterized the Silk Road. They forged relationships with local rulers, often serving as diplomats and advisors. In this way, they became indispensable to the empires that spanned the continent. As the years rolled on, the Sogdians continued to thrive, their influence spreading far and wide. They established trading posts and colonies throughout Central Asia, from the bustling city of Kashgar in the west to the shores of the Yellow Sea in the east. It is said that a Sogdian merchant could travel from the Mediterranean to the heart of China within a single lifetime, his path illuminated by the flickering lights of countless markets, each one a microcosm of the world. But the Sogdians were more than just merchants. They were cultural ambassadors. Their cities became melting pots of ideas and beliefs. The Sogdians embraced Zoroastrianism, Buddhism, and later Islam, each religion leaving its mark on their identity. In their vibrant communities, you could find Zoroastrian fire temples standing alongside Buddhist stupas, each structure whispering tales of faith and devotion. The Sogdians were not just passive recipients of these beliefs, they actively engaged with them, translating texts and facilitating dialogue between different faiths. Picture a Sogdian family gathered around a table sharing a meal that reflects the culinary traditions of far-off lands. Dishes spiced with saffron from Persia, noodles inspired by Chinese cuisine, and fruits from the fertile valleys of Central Asia. This culinary fusion is a testament to the Sogdians' role as cultural conduits, their very lives a blend of the myriad influences they encountered. Yet, as with all great narratives, the tale of the Sogdians is not without its shadows. The rise of the Mongol Empire in the 13th century marked a turning point. While the Mongols initially encouraged trade and cultural exchange, their conquests wrought devastation across the landscapes the Sogdians called home. Cities that once thrived on the Silk Road fell into decline, and the vibrant tapestry of Sogdian life began to unravel. But even in the face of adversity, the spirit of the Sogdians endured. They adapted, integrating into the cultures that emerged from the ashes of their once great cities. Some became Persian, others Chinese, their distinct identity slowly fading, yet leaving an indelible mark on the cultures that surrounded them. The Sogdians transformed from prominent merchants to whispers in the wind, their stories fading into obscurity. However, the legacy of the Sogdians is not lost forever. As scholars and archaeologists unearth relics of their past, a renewed interest in their story emerges. Ancient texts, pottery and murals reveal a complex society that once thrived in the heart of Central Asia. Their vibrant art, depicting scenes of trade, culture, and daily life, tells us of a people who lived with passion and purpose. The Sogdians remind us of the interconnectedness of humanity, a truth that resonates even today. In a world where borders often divide us, their story serves as a poignant reminder of the power of trade and cultural exchange to bridge gaps and foster understanding. They were the forgotten merchants, but their legacy beckons us to remember the ties that bind us all. So, as we reflect on the tale of the Sogdians, let us honor their memory by embracing the spirit of curiosity and connection that they embodied. In every market we visit, every story we share, and every culture we encounter, we keep alive the essence of those ancient merchants who once walked the Silk Road, forever weaving the fabric of our shared human experience. In the heart of Central Asia, where the rugged mountains cradle vast steppes and rivers, weave through ancient valleys, lies a land steeped in history and mystery. This is the homeland of Sogdiana, a region that flourished as a vibrant crossroads of culture, commerce, and innovation. Today we embark on a journey through time, exploring the birth and evolution of Sogdiana, a place where the echoes of the past resonate in every stone and whisper through the winds. Imagine a time long ago, around the 6th century BCE, when the world was a canvas of burgeoning civilizations. Here in Central Asia, the Sogdian people, skilled traders and artisans, began to carve out their identity. Nestled between the great empires of Persia to the west and the vast expanse of the Central Asian steppes to the east, Sogdiana thrived as a melting pot of cultures. It was a place where languages intertwined and ideas blossomed like the colorful silk that flowed along the famed Silk Road. As we traverse the sun-drenched plains and the shadowy mountain passes, we can almost hear the distant sounds of bustling markets, the chatter of merchants, and the clinking of coins exchanged for exotic goods. Sogdiana was not merely a land. It was a vibrant tapestry of life, where the scent of spices mingled with the aroma of cooked meats, where artisans crafted intricate pottery and textiles, and where music and laughter filled the air. The Sogdians, with their keen business acumen, became the lifeblood of the Silk Road. They were the conduits of culture, bridging east and west, their caravans laden with silk, jade, and precious metals. As they navigated the treacherous terrain, they carried not just goods, but stories, tales of distant lands and peoples that would forever change the fabric of the world. Yet Sogdiana was more than just a marketplace. It was a center of learning and enlightenment. In the bustling cities of Samarkand and Bukhara, scholars gathered to exchange knowledge, translating ancient texts that preserved the wisdom of the ages. These cities became beacons of light in a world often shrouded in darkness, where the pursuit of knowledge was revered and celebrated. The Sogdians held a unique position, adept at not only trading, but also at adapting and assimilating the philosophies and religions that flowed through their lands. As we explore this rich history, we encounter the influence of Zoroastrianism, which took root in Sogdiana, weaving itself into the fabric of daily life. The sacred fire temples and the reverence for the elements reflected a deep spiritual connection to the world around them. But as the empires rose and fell, Persians, Greeks, and later the great Mongol hordes, the Sogdians remained resilient, their culture evolving yet steadfast. It was during the time of Alexander the Great that Sogdiana first caught the attention of the world beyond its borders. The Macedonian conqueror, drawn by tales of wealth and splendor, marched into these lands, leaving an indelible mark on its history. The mingling of Greek and Sogdian cultures gave rise to a unique synthesis, evident in art and architecture, as Hellenistic influences blended with local traditions. The once isolated Sogdiana became a vibrant hub of cross-cultural exchange, a symphony of ideas that resonated through the ages. As we delve deeper, we find ourselves standing before the majestic ruins of ancient cities, where crumbling walls tell stories of glory and decline. The remains of fortresses, palaces, and caravanserais evoke a sense of wonder and nostalgia, a reminder of the flourishing civilization that once thrived here. The intricate carvings and frescoes that adorn these structures speak of a people who celebrated beauty and craftsmanship, leaving behind a legacy that continues to inspire. Yet, the tumult of history often brought challenges. The rise of the Silk Road brought prosperity, but it also attracted the attention of conquerors. The Sogdians faced invasions from the nomadic tribes of the steppes, the relentless onslaught of the Mongols, and the sweeping changes brought by the Islamic conquests. Each wave of change left its mark, shaping the identity of Sogdiana in ways both profound and heartbreaking. But through it all, the spirit of the Sogdian people endured. They adapted, survived, and evolved, becoming key players in the Islamic Golden Age. Their contributions to science, mathematics, and the arts became essential to the broader tapestry of civilization. Sogdian merchants traveled far and wide, bringing with them not just goods, but the seeds of knowledge that would flourish in distant lands. As we reflect on this rich legacy, we cannot overlook the role of language in shaping the Sogdian identity. The Sogdian tongue, a branch of the Iranian language family, became a vehicle for communication and culture. It served as a bridge between peoples, fostering connections that transcended borders. The written word became a powerful tool, preserving the stories of a people who navigated the complexities of their world with grace and resilience. With the passage of time, the name Sogdiana began to fade, replaced by new empires and shifting political landscapes. Yet, the essence of Sogdiana lives on in the hearts of those who call this land home today. The descendants of the Sogdians continue to celebrate their heritage, weaving together the threads of the past with the vibrancy of the present. In the villages scattered across the landscape, traditional music fills the air, echoing the melodies of a bygone era. The art of silk weaving, once the pride of Sogdian craftsmanship, is still practiced with love and dedication. The flavorful dishes, rich with spices and history, invite us to savor the tastes of a culture that has weathered the storms of time. As we conclude our journey through Sogdiana, we are reminded that its story is not merely a chapter in the annals of history, but a living testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The land may have changed, but the spirit of Sogdiana endures, a beacon of cultural exchange, innovation, and adaptability. It is a reminder that the threads of our shared history continue to weave a tapestry of understanding and connection, bridging the divides that separate us. So, as we leave this enchanting land, let us carry with us the stories of the Sogdian people, their triumphs and tribulations, their artistry and wisdom. Let us honor their legacy by celebrating the rich diversity of our world and remembering that, in the grand tapestry of history, we are all interconnected, bound by the threads of our shared humanity. The spirit of Sogdiana lives on, a vibrant reminder of the beauty that arises when cultures meet, collide, and ultimately enrich one another. In the heart of Central Asia, where the vast steppes cradle the whispers of ancient caravans, lie the storied cities of Samarkand and Bukhara. These cities, once the beating heart of the Silk Road, echo with the tales of traders, scholars, and artisans whose lives intertwined across cultures and continents. As we embark on this journey through time, let us wander the bustling streets, feel the pulse of trade, and uncover the secrets of these magnificent cities that shaped the world. Imagine, if you will, the golden sands of the Silk Road shimmering in the sunlight. This was no mere path etched into the earth. It was a vibrant tapestry woven from the threads of commerce, culture, and connection. The Silk Road stretched from the lush valleys of China to the sun-kissed shores of the Mediterranean, and within its embrace, Samarkand and Bukhara flourished, becoming sanctuaries of knowledge and hubs of economic exchange. Samarkand, the crown jewel of the Silk Road, is where our journey begins. As you walk through its ancient streets, you can almost hear the echoes of merchants haggling over silks, spices, and precious gemstones. Founded over 2.5 millennia ago, it has witnessed the rise and fall of empires, each leaving an indelible mark on its rich tapestry. Under the rule of Tamerlane in the 14th century, Samarkand reached the zenith of its glory, transforming into a majestic city adorned with grand mosques, intricate madrasas, and sprawling marketplaces. As we stroll through the Registan Square, the centerpiece of Samarkand, we find ourselves enveloped by stunning architectural wonders. The three madrasas, Ulugh Beg, Sherdor, and Tilya Kori, stand as testaments to the city's historical significance. Their turquoise domes and intricate tile work gleam like jewels against the azure sky, inviting travelers to marvel at their beauty. Each tile tells a story, a fragment of the city's past, whispering the wisdom of scholars who once roamed these very halls. But Samarkand was not just a place of beauty, it was a melting pot of cultures. Here, Persian, Arab, and Turkic influences converged, giving birth to a unique identity that resonated through art, science, and philosophy. The city was home to some of the greatest minds of the era, including the astronomer Ulugh Beg, who built an observatory that rivaled any in the world. His contributions to mathematics and astronomy were groundbreaking, and as we stand in the very spot where he gazed at the stars, we cannot help but feel the weight of history pressing upon us. Just a stone's throw away lies Bukhara, another jewel of the Silk Road, a city that thrives on the spirit of trade and tradition. Bukhara, often referred to as the Noble City, has been a center of commerce and culture for over 2,000 years. As we wander through its narrow, winding streets, we are greeted by the scent of spices, mingling with the laughter of merchants, their stalls brimming with vibrant textiles and intricate ceramics. The air is thick with stories of caravans that once traveled these routes, laden with goods from far-flung corners of the earth. In Bukhara, the Ark Fortress stands as a silent sentinel, guarding the secrets of the past. This ancient citadel, with its thick walls and imposing gates, has served as a royal residence and a military stronghold. As we step inside, we are transported back in time, envisioning the Khans who once ruled here, their lavish courts filled with scholars and poets, their halls echoing with the melodies of music and laughter. Yet it is not just the grandeur of its architecture that captivates. It is the spirit of the people who have called Bukhara home. The city has long been a haven for diverse communities, where Jews, Muslims and Christians coexisted, sharing their traditions and enriching the cultural landscape. The famous trading domes, with their arched ceilings and bustling bazaars, are a testament to this communal spirit, where merchants from different backgrounds gathered to exchange not only goods, but also ideas and stories. As we delve deeper into Bukhara's vibrant life, we cannot overlook the legendary Liabi House, a tranquil square adorned with a serene pool surrounded by ancient trees. Here, we find ourselves enchanted by the melodic sounds of the water as it reflects the beauty of the surrounding architecture. This is where locals gather to share stories over cups of fragrant tea, a tradition that transcends time and invites us to pause, to breathe, and to appreciate the simple joys of life. But Bukhara is not merely a relic of the past. It is a living, breathing city that embraces its heritage while looking to the future. The streets are alive with artisans who skillfully craft everything from hand-woven carpets to delicate ceramics, keeping age-old traditions alive. As we watch them work, we understand that every piece they create carries the essence of their ancestors, a bridge between generations. As we journey beyond these two iconic cities, we discover the lesser-known gems that dot the landscape of Central Asia. Cities like Khiva, with its mud brick architecture and labyrinthine alleys, tell tales of caravanserais that once offered shelter to weary travelers. The vibrant city of Tashkent, with its modern skyline juxtaposed against ancient mosques, is a testament to the region's resilience and adaptability. In every corner of this storied land, we encounter the remnants of a bygone era, ruins that whisper of the glory days of trade and exchange. The Silk Road may have changed, but the spirit of connection lives on as people from diverse backgrounds come together to share their stories, their crafts, and their cultures. As the sun sets over the horizon, casting a golden hue across the landscape, we are reminded that the legacy of Samarkand, Bukhara, and their neighboring cities extends far beyond their physical boundaries. They are not just cities of trade, they are the heartbeats of a region that has long been a crossroads of civilizations. The memories of traders, scholars, and artists linger in the air, inviting us to embrace the beauty of diversity and the richness of human experience. Each brick, each tile, each winding street tells a story of resilience and connection, reminding us that, in this vast tapestry of life, we are all interconnected. So as we bid farewell to these enchanting cities, let us carry their stories with us, weaving them into our own narratives. For in every journey, we find not just the places we visit, but the threads of humanity that bind us together, transcending time and space. We are all travelers on our own Silk Roads, seeking connection, understanding, and the beauty that lies in the journey itself. In the heart of ancient civilizations, where the sun-kissed sands of the East met the vibrant landscapes of the West, a remarkable thread wove its way through time and space. This was the Silk Road. A journey of imagination and adventure, the Silk Road was not merely a path or a series of trade routes, it was a living tapestry of cultures, ideas, and countless stories that shaped the world as we know it today. Picture yourself standing on the edge of this historic network, the wind carrying whispers of merchants haggling over silks and spices, the aroma of exotic goods mingling with the dust of the earth. The Silk Road, stretching over 4,000 miles, was a conduit of dreams and aspirations, linking the prosperous empires of the East with the burgeoning kingdoms of the West. As we embark on this journey, let us turn our gaze eastward, to the vast expanse of China where the story begins. The Han Dynasty, a golden age of prosperity and cultural achievement, saw the emergence of the Silk Road. It was here that the initial threads of connection were spun, as Emperor Wu sent out emissaries to forge alliances, seeking not just trade, but a bridge to the world beyond the mountains. One such emissary was Zhang Qian, a man whose spirit of adventure would forever alter the course of history. Zhang Qian's travels were filled with peril and excitement as he ventured into unknown territories, seeking out the nomadic tribes of Central Asia. His journeys opened up a floodgate of knowledge and goods to the Chinese people. The once isolated Middle Kingdom was now connected to a vibrant tapestry of nations. With each return, he brought back tales of far-off lands, exotic animals, and the precious silk that would captivate the imagination of emperors and commoners alike. But silk was not merely a fabric. It was a symbol of status and power, a currency that transcended the physical. The allure of silk reached far beyond the confines of China, weaving its way into the hearts of the Persian Empire, the Roman Empire, and beyond. It is said that the Romans were so enamored with silk that they could not fathom its origins. They believed silkworms were born from the trees in far-off lands, a secret that remained closely guarded by the Chinese for centuries. As the threads of commerce intertwined, the Silk Road became a melting pot of cultures. Alongside silk traveled spices, precious stones, and ideas. Religions and philosophies made their way along this winding path. Buddhism, for instance, found a new home in China, carried by monks who traversed the rugged terrains, spreading teachings that would flourish and evolve in this new land. The Silk Road was not merely a one-way street, it was a bustling highway of exchange. As goods traveled, so too did knowledge. The art of papermaking, for instance, made its way from China to the West, revolutionizing the way information was recorded and shared. The printing press, centuries later, would owe much to this ancient exchange, forever changing the course of human history. But the Silk Road was not without its challenges. The vast deserts and towering mountains posed formidable barriers, testing the mettle of those who dared to traverse them. Bandits lurked in the shadows, seeking to snatch the treasures that travelers carried. Yet, the spirit of trade was resilient. Along the route, caravanserais sprang up, oases of hospitality where weary travelers could rest and share stories over a warm meal. These way stations became melting pots of culture, where languages mingled and traditions collided, fostering an environment of cooperation and exchange. As we journey further along the Silk Road, we arrive at Samarkand, a city that stands as a testament to the crossroads of East and West. With its stunning blue domes and intricate tilework, Samarkand was not just a trading hub, but a cultural epicenter. Scholars, artists, and poets gathered here, exchanging ideas and crafting a legacy that would echo through the ages. The great Tamerlane, a ruler who sought to revive the splendor of the Silk Road, would transform Samarkand into a magnificent city, adorned with grand architecture and bustling marketplaces. He recognized the power of the Silk Road, not just in commerce, but in culture, uniting diverse peoples through the shared appreciation of art, science, and philosophy. Under his reign, the city became a beacon of enlightenment, attracting minds from across the known world. As we trace the routes westward, we approach the magnificent city of Constantinople, the gateway between Europe and Asia. Here, the Silk Road culminated in a spectacular fusion of cultures. The Byzantine Empire, with its opulent palaces and vibrant markets, thrived on the flow of goods from the East. Silk, spices, and precious metals poured into the city, enriching its coffers and enhancing its reputation as a center of trade. But the allure of the Silk Road was not limited to material wealth. It was a crucible of ideas. The Renaissance, that glorious period of rebirth and rediscovery in Europe, would owe much to the knowledge that flowed along these ancient pathways. The works of great scholars, preserved and translated by Arab and Persian thinkers, traveled back to Europe, igniting a thirst for learning that would forever change the continent. We must also speak of the role of religion along the Silk Road. Islam, rapidly spreading from the Arabian Peninsula, intertwined with the cultures it encountered. Merchants, pilgrims, and scholars carried their faith with them, establishing mosques and centers of learning along the way. The Silk Road became a channel for the exchange of spiritual ideas, fostering a sense of unity amidst diversity. Yet, as we explore the magnificence of the Silk Road, we cannot ignore the shadows that accompanied its glory. The Black Death, a devastating plague, swept through the trade routes in the 14th century, reminding us that the very connections that unite us can also bring calamity. The Silk Road, once a path of prosperity, became a harbinger of despair as the disease traveled swiftly along its veins. Despite these challenges, the spirit of the Silk Road endures, a testament to the resilience of human connection. Today, as we reflect on its legacy, we find ourselves standing at a crossroads once more. The world is more interconnected than ever, reminiscent of the ancient trade routes that once linked distant lands. As we navigate this global landscape, we are reminded of the importance of understanding, compassion, and collaboration. In our modern era, where borders may divide us, the Silk Road serves as a powerful reminder of our shared humanity. It urges us to embrace diversity, to celebrate the rich tapestry of cultures that make up our world. The masters of the Silk Road, merchants, travelers, scholars, and artisans, have left us with a legacy that transcends time, urging us to weave our own stories into the ever-evolving narrative of this shared journey. As we conclude our exploration of the masters of the Silk Road, let us carry forward their spirit of curiosity and connection. The road may be long and winding, but it is filled with the potential for discovery, understanding, and unity. And so, we step forward, inspired by the brave souls who ventured into the unknown, forever linking East and West, one thread at a time. In the heart of Central Asia, where the winds whisper tales of ancient merchants and the mountains cradle secrets of long-lost empires, there thrived a remarkable civilization known as the Sogdians. Picture a time over a millennium ago, where the world was stitched together by silk threads, and the air was thick with the scent of exotic spices. This was the age of markets of wonder, where goods passed through the nimble fingers of the Sogdian traders, connecting distant lands and cultures in an intricate dance of commerce. As dawn broke over the bustling marketplaces of Samarkand and Bukhara, the sun cast a golden hue over the vibrant stalls, each overflowing with treasures from far and wide. The Sogdians, with their keen business acumen and unparalleled linguistic skills, stood at the crossroads of the Silk Road, navigating the currents of trade like skilled mariners upon a vast sea. They were not merely traders, they were cultural ambassadors, weaving together the narratives of the East and West, the ancient and the modern. Imagine walking through one such market, your senses ignited by the kaleidoscope of colors and sounds. Richly dyed silks billowed in the gentle breeze, their textures so intricate they seemed to tell stories of their own. The air was alive with the calls of merchants, each vying for your attention, their voices rising and falling like the notes of a melodious tune. You could hear the sizzle of skewered meats being grilled over open flames, the laughter of children darting through the crowd, and the rhythmic clinking of coins exchanged for goods that symbolized dreams and aspirations. The Sogdians were famed for their silk, a fabric that not only adorned the bodies of nobility, but also carried with it the weight of history and culture. This shimmering material, which flowed like water through the hands of the traders, was sourced from the silkworms of China, nurtured and harvested with meticulous care. The Sogdians became masters in the art of silk production, cultivating their own silkworms and developing techniques that would intrigue even the most discerning of consumers. This vibrant textile became a symbol of wealth and status, transcending borders and cultures, as it made its way into the palaces of Persia, the courts of Byzantium, and even the distant shores of Rome. Yet silk was but one of the many wonders that passed through Sogdian hands. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting shadows upon the market, you would find spices from the Indian subcontinent, fragrant cardamom, fiery black pepper, and the elusive saffron, each a treasure that could transform a simple meal into a feast fit for kings. The Sogdians, with their extensive networks and relationships built on trust and shared interests, thrived on this exchange of goods, creating a tapestry of flavors that enriched the culinary landscapes of the regions they touched. But it wasn't just the tangible goods that flowed through these markets. Ideas, too, passed from one culture to another like whispers carried on the wind. The Sogdians were instrumental in the spread of religions, philosophies, and innovations. As they traveled from one city to another, they carried with them the teachings of Buddhism, Zoroastrianism, and later Islam, acting as conduits for spiritual and intellectual exchange. Imagine a Sogdian merchant, weary from a long journey, sitting around a fire with fellow travelers, sharing stories of their gods, their beliefs, and the wisdom they had gathered along their paths. In this way, they became not only traders of goods, but also traders of knowledge. As the sun dipped low, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, the marketplaces transformed into a vibrant hub of social interaction. Sogdian merchants were renowned for their hospitality. They understood that trade was as much about building relationships as it was about transactions. They would often invite potential partners to share a meal, exchanging not just food but also laughter and camaraderie. It was in these moments that trust was forged, paving the way for successful deals and lifelong friendships. Among the many goods that flowed through Sogdian hands, one particularly stands out: the glassware crafted by artisans in distant lands. This delicate art form, originating from the shores of the Mediterranean, captivated the Sogdian traders, who recognized its beauty and potential. As they transported these exquisite pieces across vast distances, they became not only purveyors of luxury, but also cultural brokers, introducing new artistic techniques and styles to the regions they visited. The vibrant colors and intricate designs of the glassware became a symbol of sophistication, and soon every wealthy household yearned to possess a piece of this enchanting craftsmanship. In the twilight of the day, as the stars began to twinkle in the vast expanse above, the marketplaces buzzed with the sounds of bartering and laughter. The Sogdians, with their unmatched ability to communicate in multiple languages, facilitated conversations between diverse cultures. They bridged gaps, finding common ground in the shared desire for trade and prosperity. They understood that the essence of their success lay in the connections they nurtured, the friendships they forged, and the stories they shared. Yet, the story of the Sogdian traders is not merely one of prosperity and abundance. It is also a tale of resilience in the face of challenges. Throughout history, the Silk Road faced numerous obstacles: political upheaval, invasions, and economic shifts. But the Sogdians adapted, evolving their strategies to weather the storms of change. They became masters of reinvention, finding new routes and cultivating new partnerships, ensuring that the flow of goods never ceased. As we journey through the annals of history, we see the legacy of the Sogdians etched into the fabric of time. Their markets were not just places of commerce. They were vibrant centers of culture and connection, where the world met and mingled. The goods that passed through Sogdian hands were not just commodities. They were vessels of stories, dreams, and aspirations, carrying the essence of distant lands and diverse peoples. In this ever-unfolding narrative, we are reminded that trade is not merely an exchange of goods, it is a celebration of humanity's shared journey. The Sogdians, with their spirit of enterprise and their commitment to fostering connections, remind us that at the heart of every transaction lies the potential for understanding, respect, and friendship. As we step back from the vibrant markets of the past, let us carry forward the lessons of the Sogdians. In a world that often feels divided, may we find inspiration in their stories, embracing not just the exchange of goods, but the exchange of ideas, cultures, and dreams. For in these markets of wonder, where goods once passed through Sogdian hands, we discover the true essence of humanity, a tapestry woven together by threads of commerce, connection, and compassion. In the vast tapestry of human history, the threads of commerce and diplomacy weave a vibrant narrative, connecting peoples and cultures across time and space. Today, we embark on a journey through the languages of exchange, those tongues spoken by merchants and diplomats that have shaped our world. These languages are not merely tools of communication. They are living embodiments of culture, power, and identity, echoing the aspirations of those who wield them. Imagine, if you will, the bustling marketplaces of ancient civilizations. Picture the vibrant colors of fabrics draping the stalls, the tantalizing aromas of spices wafting through the air, and the vibrant hum of voices negotiating deals. In such settings, language becomes more than just a means of expression. It transforms into a bridge, connecting diverse peoples who seek to trade not only goods but also ideas and cultures. As we set sail on this exploration, let us first journey back to the ancient Mediterranean, where the Phoenicians, those intrepid seafarers, laid the groundwork for global trade. Mastering the art of negotiation, they spoke a dialect that combined elements of their own language with borrowed phrases from the many cultures they encountered. Their merchants traveled far and wide, from the shores of North Africa to the bustling markets of the Levant, trading textiles, glass, and precious metals. But it was their mastery of language that allowed them to navigate the complexities of foreign customs and practices, ensuring that their wares were welcomed rather than rejected. Fast forward to the bustling streets of Venice during the Renaissance, a city that thrived on trade and diplomacy. Here, merchants and diplomats mingled in shadowy corridors, where the fate of empires hinged on whispered negotiations. The Venetian dialect emerged as a lingua franca, a common tongue that transcended borders. It became the language of merchants, allowing them to broker deals with traders from the east and west. The Venetians understood that to succeed in commerce, one must also be a skilled communicator, able to adapt to the nuances of different cultures. And then we find ourselves in the court of the Byzantine Empire, where the language of diplomacy took center stage. Greek was the language of the elite, spoken by emperors and philosophers alike. But in this complex world of politics, multilingualism was not just an asset, it was a necessity. Diplomats learned the languages of their allies and rivals, crafting eloquent speeches that could sway the tides of power. It was here that language became a tool for persuasion and influence, a weapon wielded not in battle, but in the art of negotiation. Across the sands of time, we witness the rise of the Silk Road, a network of trade routes connecting the East and West. Here, merchants spoke a medley of languages, from Mandarin to Persian, each adding a unique flavor to the dialogue of exchange. The Silk Road was not merely a conduit for silk and spices, it was a melting pot of cultures, where the art of negotiation was honed and perfected. Stories were traded alongside goods, and ideas flowed as freely as the rivers that nourished the land. In this vibrant exchange, we see how language becomes a living testament to the interconnectedness of humanity. As we navigate through the annals of time, we cannot overlook the impact of colonialism on the languages of exchange. The 16th and 17th centuries marked an era of exploration and conquest where European powers set out to claim new territories and resources. The languages of the colonizers, Spanish, Portuguese, English, and French, became the tongues of trade, often supplanting indigenous languages. Yet amidst this upheaval, a fascinating phenomenon emerged: Creole languages born from the mingling of tongues. These new languages, evolving in the crucible of contact, became the voices of resilience and adaptation, speaking to the complexities of identity in a rapidly changing world. In the 19th century, as industrialization transformed economies, language continued to play a pivotal role in commerce. The advent of international trade fairs brought together merchants from different nations, each armed with their own language, eager to showcase their products. Here, we witness the birth of Esperanto, an artificial language conceived by L.L. Zamenhof designed to foster international understanding. While it never gained the widespread adoption Zamenhof envisioned, it symbolizes the enduring human desire for connection, a yearning to break down linguistic barriers in pursuit of mutual benefit. As we approach the modern era, the rise of globalization has introduced new complexities to the languages of exchange. English, once a regional tongue, has become the dominant language of business and diplomacy, spoken in boardrooms and government halls around the world. Yet, even as English reigns supreme, we must acknowledge the rich tapestry of languages that persist alongside it. From Mandarin to Spanish, Arabic to Hindi, each language carries with it the weight of history and cultural identity. In today's interconnected world, technology has transformed the way we communicate. The rise of the internet and social media has given birth to new forms of language, abbreviations, emojis, and memes that transcend traditional barriers. Yet as we embrace these innovations, we must remain vigilant, ensuring that the rich diversity of languages continues to thrive. For in this diversity lies the essence of our shared humanity, a reminder that language is not merely a tool, but a vessel for culture and connection. As we conclude our journey through the languages of exchange, we are left with a profound understanding of their significance. These tongues of merchants and diplomats have shaped our world, fostering connections that transcend borders and cultures. The art of negotiation, the dance of diplomacy, and the rhythms of trade all find their expression in language, weaving a rich narrative that continues to evolve. In the marketplace of ideas, we are reminded that every word spoken carries the weight of history, culture, and identity. So, let us celebrate the languages of exchange, not just as vehicles of commerce, but as living testaments to the enduring spirit of humanity, forever seeking connection and understanding in an ever-changing world. As we move forward, may we cherish the tongues that bind us together, fostering dialogue and collaboration, and continuing the age-old tradition of trade and diplomacy, one conversation at a time. In the heart of Central Asia, where the ancient Silk Road wove its intricate tapestry of cultures, a remarkable artistic tradition flourished. This is the story of Sogdian art, a vibrant expression of cultural fusion captured in the murals and frescoes that adorned the walls of homes, temples, and public spaces. As we embark on this journey, we will explore the rich legacy of the Sogdian people, their unique artistic vision, and the vibrant world they inhabited, a world where East met West and creativity knew no boundaries. Imagine, if you will, the bustling marketplace of Samarkand, a jewel of the Silk Road. Merchants from distant lands barter spices, silk, and precious stones, while the air is thick with the scents of exotic materials and the sounds of countless languages blending into a symphony of trade and cultural exchange. Here, the Sogdians thrived, known for their mercantile prowess and their ability to navigate the complex web of connections that spanned continents. The Sogdians were not only merchants but also artists who drew inspiration from the diverse cultures that surrounded them. Their art is a celebration of this cultural dialogue, and it is perhaps most vividly expressed in the murals and frescoes that have survived the ravages of time. These artworks tell stories of gods and heroes, of daily life and the cosmos, of the sacred and the mundane. As we gaze upon the vibrant murals, we are transported back to a time when colors danced upon the walls. Deep blues reminiscent of the endless sky, fiery reds that sparkled like the setting sun, and golden yellows that shimmered like the sands of the desert. Each stroke of the brush is imbued with meaning, capturing moments frozen in time. The Sogdians employed a technique known as fresco secco, where pigments were applied to dry plaster, allowing the colors to retain their brilliance for centuries. One of the most fascinating aspects of Sogdian murals is their eclecticism. Influences from various cultures, Persian, Indian, Chinese, and Greco-Roman, intertwine seamlessly, creating a visual language that transcends borders. In one corner of a mural, we might see a figure draped in a flowing Persian robe, while in another, a vibrant Indian elephant parades majestically, adorned with intricate patterns. This blending of styles is a testament to the Sogdians' unique position as cultural intermediaries, and their ability to assimilate and reinterpret the artistic conventions of those they encountered. Take, for instance, the frescoes discovered in the ancient Sogdian city of Panjakent. These murals, dating back to the 7th century, depict a lavish banquet scene filled with elegantly dressed figures, their faces animated with laughter and conversation. The vibrant colors leap from the walls depicting food and drink, musicians playing lively tunes, and dancers swirling gracefully. These scenes are not merely decorative. They offer us a glimpse into the social lives of the Sogdians, suggesting that they valued community, celebration, and the joys of life. In another section of Panjakent, we encounter a mural that represents the divine, an image of the Zoroastrian god Ahura Mazda, surrounded by celestial symbols and celestial beings. This imagery reveals the spiritual life of the Sogdians, their reverence for a pantheon of deities, and the importance of religion in their daily lives. The intricate details of the gods' robes, adorned with motifs that echo the natural world, reflect a deeply rooted belief in the interconnectedness of life. As we continue our exploration of Sogdian art, we must pay homage to the artisans, the anonymous creators whose hands shaped the very essence of these murals. These artists were not merely replicators of existing styles. They were innovators, merging influences to create something distinctly Sogdian. Their creativity was fueled by the very environment they inhabited, a melting pot of cultures, languages, and ideas. The Sogdians were also skilled in the art of storytelling. Many murals feature narratives that draw from both local folklore and the epic tales of distant lands. Consider the frescoes depicting the legendary hero Rostam, a central figure in Persian mythology. Such stories not only served as entertainment, but also as a means of instilling cultural values and connecting generations. Through these images, the Sogdians preserved their heritage while simultaneously embracing the rich narratives of the cultures surrounding them. Now, let us journey to another site, the ancient city of Afrasiab, where the walls whisper tales of a bygone era. The murals here are more than mere decoration. They are windows into the soul of the Sogdian people. One striking image portrays a scene of a horseman resplendent in his armor, charging forth with a fierce determination. The dynamic composition and the fluidity of movement breathe life into the painting, evoking a sense of adventure and valor. In Afrasiab, we also find depictions of everyday life, scenes of agriculture, trade, and familial bonds. A mother cradles her child, while a father works the fields, embodying the essence of Sogdian society. These murals serve as a reminder that art was not solely reserved for the elite. It was woven into the very fabric of daily existence, capturing the hopes, dreams, and struggles of the people. As we delve deeper, we discover that the Sogdian artistic tradition was not static. It evolved over time, absorbing new influences as the region experienced waves of conquest, migration, and cultural exchange. The arrival of Islam brought about significant changes, and while some elements of Sogdian art faded, the spirit of innovation persisted. The new artistic language that emerged was marked by intricate geometric patterns and calligraphy, blending seamlessly with the existing iconography. The legacy of Sogdian art extends far beyond its geographical origins. As the Silk Road shifted and transformed over centuries, the impact of Sogdian creativity rippled through the cultures it touched. From China to the Mediterranean, the echoes of Sogdian artistry can be traced in the artifacts, textiles, and architectural styles that emerged in the wake of their influence. Today we stand on the shoulders of these ancient artisans, seeking to understand and appreciate their contributions to the world. The murals and frescoes of Sogdian art invite us to reflect on the beauty of cultural fusion and the enduring power of creativity. They remind us that art is not merely a reflection of the artist's soul, but a bridge connecting diverse cultures, a dialogue that transcends time and space. As we conclude our journey through the vibrant world of Sogdian art, let us carry with us the stories etched upon those ancient walls. The murals, frescoes, and cultural fusion we have explored are more than relics of the past. They are vibrant expressions of humanity's shared experience. In a world where division often seems to prevail, the Sogdians remind us of the beauty that arises when we come together, when we celebrate our differences, learn from one another, and create something extraordinary. So, the next time you find yourself admiring a piece of art, remember the Sogdians and their legacy. Let their story inspire you to embrace the richness of cultural diversity, to seek connections in unexpected places, and to foster creativity that knows no bounds. For in the end, we are all artists of our own lives, painting our unique stories upon the canvas of existence. In the tapestry of human history, few threads weave as intricately through the fabric of our existence as religion. Among the myriad beliefs that have emerged over millennia, 3 stand out for their profound impact on the spiritual landscape of the world: Zoroastrianism, Buddhism, and the myriad traditions that have evolved from these ancient roots. Join us as we embark on a journey through time and space, exploring the vibrant and dynamic religions that have shaped the lives of millions and continue to resonate in the modern world. Our story begins in ancient Persia, in a world where the sun-drenched deserts and majestic mountains bore witness to the birth of Zoroastrianism around the 6th century BCE. This faith, founded by the prophet Zoroaster, introduced a radical concept to the spiritual discourse of the time: the duality of good and evil, embodied in the eternal struggle between Ahura Mazda, the wise lord, and Angra Mainyu, the destructive spirit. Imagine, if you will, a world where the very essence of existence was defined by this cosmic battle, where every thought, word, and deed could tip the scales toward light or darkness. Zoroastrianism was not merely a religion, it was a way of life, a guiding compass for its followers. The teachings of Zoroaster emphasized truth, righteousness, and the importance of individual choice. As the sun rose over ancient Persia, its rays illuminated the sacred fire temples where flames danced in reverence to Ahura Mazda. Devotees gathered not just to worship, but to engage in a communal discourse about morality and the path to a virtuous life. But as the centuries rolled on, the empire of Persia began to shift. Following the conquests of Alexander the Great, the vibrant flames of Zoroastrianism flickered in the face of new philosophies and religions. Yet, like the embers of a dying fire, the faith held on, adapting and evolving through the ages, even as it faced persecution and decline. As we move westward across the vast expanse of the ancient world, we find ourselves in the lush foothills of the Himalayas, where another transformative religion was taking shape. Enter Siddhartha Gautama, known to the world as the Buddha. Born into a life of luxury, Siddhartha's journey began with a deep sense of discontent. He witnessed the suffering of the world, old age, sickness, and death, and it ignited a flame within him, a quest for understanding and liberation. Leaving behind his princely life, Siddhartha set forth on a path of asceticism, seeking enlightenment through extreme deprivation. Yet, after years of relentless struggle, he discovered that the path to awakening lay not in self-denial, but in the middle way, a harmonious balance between indulgence and asceticism. Beneath the Bodhi tree, he achieved enlightenment, becoming the Buddha, the awakened one. In the serene stillness of that moment, the Buddha shared his insights, the Four Noble Truths, which laid the foundation for a profound spiritual awakening. He spoke of suffering, its causes, and the possibility of liberation through the Eightfold Path. His teachings resonated deeply, spreading like wildflowers across the Indian subcontinent. Monasteries blossomed and followers gathered, drawn to the promise of peace and understanding. As Buddhism flourished, it transcended borders and cultures, weaving its way into the hearts of diverse peoples. From the noble courts of Asia to the bustling markets of trade routes, the teachings of the Buddha found new expressions. In the lush valleys of Tibet, Vajrayana Buddhism emerged, rich with symbolism and ritual, while in Japan, Zen Buddhism took root, emphasizing meditation and mindfulness. But Buddhism was not the only religion on the move. The threads of faith continued to intertwine and adapt, creating a rich tapestry of beliefs. As caravans traversed the Silk Road, they carried not only goods but ideas. Buddhism mingled with Zoroastrianism, and the seeds of new philosophies took root. The exchange of thoughts and practices transformed the spiritual landscape, birthing vibrant syncretic traditions that reflected the diversity of human experience. As we journey through the annals of history, we encounter the rise of the great empires. The Achaemenids, the Mauryas, and the Kushans all played a role in the dissemination of these teachings. Yet, with growth came challenges. The world changed, and so did the followers of these ancient paths. As empires rose and fell, so too did the prominence of Zoroastrianism and Buddhism, influencing and being influenced by the tides of time. But now, let us pause and reflect on the resilience of these faiths. In the heart of modern-day Iran, remnants of Zoroastrianism still flicker. A dedicated community keeps alive the ancient traditions, celebrating festivals like Nowruz, the Persian New Year, in a vibrant display of culture and spirituality. Here, the teachings of Zoroaster continue to inspire a commitment to truth and righteousness, reminding us of the enduring struggle between light and darkness. Meanwhile, in the diverse landscape of Buddhism, we witness a remarkable resurgence. From the monasteries of Bhutan to the bustling streets of Bangkok, Buddhism has adapted to the contemporary world. Mindfulness practices, rooted in ancient teachings, have found their way into the lives of people seeking solace and clarity amidst the chaos of modern existence. Yoga studios and meditation centers sprout up, inviting individuals to explore the depth of their minds and the interconnectedness of all beings. As we delve deeper into the present, we cannot ignore the challenges faced by these ancient traditions. The forces of globalization and modernity have tested their resilience. In a world that often seems to prioritize materialism over spirituality, how do these faiths maintain their relevance? The answer lies in their adaptability, their ability to resonate with the questions and struggles of contemporary life. Zoroastrianism, despite its dwindling numbers, continues to inspire those who seek a path of ethical living, environmental stewardship, and social justice. The core tenets of the faith remind us of our responsibility to the world around us, urging us to act in ways that honor creation and promote harmony. Buddhism, too, has transformed in response to modern dilemmas. Engaged Buddhism has emerged, where practitioners apply the teachings to social issues, advocating for peace, justice, and ecological sustainability. The wisdom of the Buddha serves as a guiding light, illuminating the path toward compassionate action in an increasingly tumultuous world. As our journey draws to a close, we reflect on the enduring legacy of Zoroastrianism, Buddhism, and the myriad paths they have inspired. In the motion of religions, we find a powerful testament to the human spirit's quest for meaning and connection. These ancient traditions, though shaped by the currents of time, continue to resonate with seekers of truth, compassion, and understanding. In a world that often feels fragmented, religions in motion remind us of our shared humanity, the interconnectedness of our experiences, and the timeless search for inner peace. So, as we step back into our lives, we carry with us the wisdom of these ancient paths, a reminder that no matter where we stand on our journey, the light of understanding and compassion is always within our reach. In the ancient world, long before the advent of modern technology and communication, a vibrant tapestry of cultures interwove across vast distances. At the heart of this intricate web was the Silk Road, a bustling network of trade routes that linked the East and the West. As caravans laden with silk, spices, and precious goods traversed the dusty trails, they carried not just commodities but stories, ideas, and languages that would shape civilizations. Among these languages was an extraordinary script, Sogdian, a written form that served as a bridge for messages exchanged along the Silk Road. Imagine a time when the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an amber glow over the arid landscapes of Central Asia. Merchants, travelers, and scholars gathered in bustling marketplaces, their voices blending in a symphony of languages. Amidst this vibrant chaos, the Sogdian script emerged, a remarkable tool of communication that would transcend borders and cultures. The Sogdians, an ancient Iranian people who thrived in what is now Uzbekistan and Tajikistan, were the true pioneers of the Silk Road. Their strategic location allowed them to become intermediaries between the great empires of the East and West. As trade flourished, so did the need for effective written communication. The Sogdian script, developed in the 4th century, was a derivative of Aramaic, elegantly adapted to suit the phonetics of the Sogdian language. Picture a scribe seated at a wooden table, quill in hand, laboriously inscribing characters onto a piece of parchment. Each stroke of the pen was not merely a letter, but a vessel carrying the hopes, dreams, and aspirations of a people entwined in the grand narrative of commerce and culture. The Sogdian script, with its graceful curves and angular lines, became a symbol of identity and ingenuity, a testament to a civilization that recognized the power of the written word. Through the Sogdian script, messages traversed the Silk Road like whispers carried on the wind. Diplomatic correspondence between distant kingdoms flowed seamlessly, allowing for treaties and alliances to be forged. Imagine an emissary, robed in rich fabrics, presenting a scroll inscribed with Sogdian characters to a foreign ruler, the air thick with anticipation. The words, crafted with care, conveyed not just requests for trade, but also the very essence of cultural exchange, opening channels of understanding between peoples who may have otherwise remained strangers. As the Sogdian merchants journeyed further afield, they encountered a myriad of cultures: Chinese scholars, Persian poets, and Indian philosophers. Each encounter left an indelible mark, enriching the Sogdian language and, in turn, the script that conveyed it. The Sogdian script became a melting pot of influences, absorbing elements from Chinese characters, Indian scripts, and even Greek letters. It was a living language, adapting and evolving in harmony with the diverse environments through which it flowed. Consider the vibrant cities of Samarkand and Bukhara, adorned with grand mosques and bustling bazaars. Here, the Sogdian script flourished, becoming the medium through which knowledge and wisdom were exchanged. Scholars translated religious texts, philosophical treatises, and scientific works, all meticulously inscribed in Sogdian. Imagine the excitement in a library, where scrolls filled with the thoughts of great minds awaited eager learners. The Sogdian script was not merely a tool, it was a vessel of enlightenment, a means of weaving together the intellectual pursuits of a diverse world. Yet, as time marched on, the Silk Road faced challenges. The rise of new powers, shifting trade routes, and the spread of different languages began to overshadow the Sogdian script. It gradually faded from prominence, relegated to the annals of history. But like a phoenix, the Sogdian legacy endured, waiting to be rediscovered by those who sought to understand the complexities of ancient trade and communication. In the modern era, scholars have unearthed treasures of Sogdian literature, letters, religious texts, and even poetry hidden within the sands of time. Each discovery has breathed new life into the narrative of the Sogdian people, revealing their rich contributions to the tapestry of human civilization. The Sogdian script, once a mere tool of commerce, now stands as a testament to the resilience of culture and language, echoing the voices of those who traversed the Silk Road. As we delve deeper into the story of the Sogdian script, we uncover the profound impact it had on the spread of Buddhism, Zoroastrianism, and other belief systems. Imagine a monk journeying from India to China, carrying sacred texts inscribed in Sogdian. Through this script, the teachings of the Buddha found their way to distant lands, illuminating minds and hearts across cultures. The Sogdian script facilitated spiritual dialogues, allowing wisdom to flow freely, transcending the barriers of language and geography. The legacy of the Sogdian script is not confined to its historical context. It resonates even today. In our increasingly globalized world, the lessons of the past remind us of the importance of understanding and embracing diversity. The Silk Road may have faded from the maps, but its spirit lives on in our interconnectedness. Imagine standing at the crossroads of history, where the Sogdian script once flourished. The echoes of merchants bargaining, scholars debating, and families exchanging letters fill the air. The Sogdian people, with their vibrant culture and remarkable adaptability, remind us that communication is not merely about words. It is an act of connection, a bridge that unites us in our shared humanity. As we reflect on the Sogdian script and its role in shaping the narrative of the Silk Road, we are invited to celebrate the rich tapestry of human experience. Each character, each letter, carries with it the essence of countless lives intertwined in a quest for knowledge, trade, and understanding. So, the next time you come across a written message, remember the legacy of the Sogdian script, an ancient reminder of the power of language to transcend borders, foster connections, and illuminate the path of our shared journey across the vast expanse of time and culture. It is through these messages, these whispers of the past, that we find the threads that bind us together, woven into the intricate fabric of history and humanity. In the vast expanse of the arid deserts, where the sun beats down with an unrelenting intensity and the wind whispers secrets of the ages, there exists a world woven from the fabric of ancient traditions, daring adventures, and unyielding spirit. This is the realm of the caravan kings, a time when camels trod the earth like living ships, carrying the hopes, dreams, and fortunes of those brave enough to traverse the treacherous routes that crisscrossed the unforgiving landscapes. Imagine, if you will, the early morning light painting the dunes in shades of gold and amber. A caravan is preparing to set out, a long line of camels, their humps swaying gently as they shift their weight. Handlers, adorned in brightly colored garments, move with a practiced grace, their faces weathered yet wise, telling tales of countless journeys. Each camel is more than just a beast of burden. They are companions, lifelines, and symbols of resilience. They have been revered for centuries, their ability to endure the harshest conditions a testament to their incredible nature. As the sun rises higher, the caravan begins its march, a slow but steady procession into the unknown. The rhythmic sound of camel hooves on sand creates a melody that echoes through the air, a symphony of movement that speaks of adventure and discovery. The path they tread is not merely a route. It is a thread connecting ancient cities, bustling bazaars, and cultures steeped in history. Merchants, traders, and pilgrims have traversed these paths for generations, each bringing with them stories and treasures from distant lands. These routes, known as the Silk Road and the Incense Route, are more than geographical pathways. They are arteries of commerce and communication, where spices, textiles, and precious metals flow from one region to another, enriching the lives of those who dare to travel them. But with the promise of wealth comes the shadow of peril. Bandits lurk in the shadows, storms can arise without warning, and water sources are few and far between. Each journey is a gamble, a test of courage and cunning, where one misstep could spell disaster. At the heart of this narrative are the caravan kings, leaders who command respect and loyalty from their followers. These figures are not just traders, they are visionaries who understand the delicate balance of risk and reward. Their leadership is often forged in the crucible of hardship, where the fires of adversity shape their resolve. As they navigate the challenges of the desert, they must also cultivate relationships, forging alliances with local tribes and negotiating with rival traders. Diplomacy is as vital as the strength of their camels, and a wise leader knows that the desert can be as unforgiving as it is beautiful. As the caravan pushes forward, the landscape unfolds in breathtaking splendor. Towering sand dunes rise and fall like waves in a golden ocean, while rocky outcrops provide shelter from the relentless sun. The air is filled with the scent of warm spices and the distant sounds of laughter from nomadic tribes who have mastered the art of survival in this harsh environment. These nomads, with their intricate knowledge of the land, often serve as guides, leading caravans safely to their destinations while sharing their own stories of resilience and survival. It is amidst these encounters that we witness the true spirit of the caravan kings. They are not merely traders, they are storytellers, passing down the rich tapestry of their culture through tales of gods and heroes, of love and loss, and of the eternal dance between man and nature. Around evening campfires, as the stars emerge in a brilliant display, the caravan members gather to share their experiences, each voice adding a new thread to the ever-expanding narrative of their journey. Yet, the life of a caravan leader is fraught with challenges. The balance of power can shift in an instant, and a rival king may seek to undermine their position. To maintain their influence, the caravan kings must navigate the intricate web of politics and alliances, often relying on their intuition and wisdom. In this world, knowledge is power, and the stories shared among traders and tribes become invaluable currency. Information about trade routes, weather patterns, and the movements of rival caravans can make the difference between success and failure. As the caravan approaches its destination, the anticipation builds. The sight of a bustling oasis, with its palm trees swaying gently in the breeze and vibrant markets alive with the chatter of excited voices, brings a sense of exhilaration. This oasis is not just a physical reprieve from the harsh desert. It is a melting pot of cultures and ideas, where the exchange of goods is rivaled only by the exchange of stories and dreams. Here, the caravan kings solidify their legacy, forging deals that will impact entire communities and ensure their place in history. But for every moment of triumph, there lies the spectre of loss. The desert is unpredictable, and the journey is often marked by tragedy. Sandstorms can sweep in without warning, erasing the paths that have been traveled for centuries, leaving caravans disoriented and vulnerable. Bandits may strike when least expected, their presence a stark reminder of the dangers that lurk in the shadows. In these moments, the strength of the caravan's bonds is tested, as leaders must rally their followers, instilling hope and courage even in the face of despair. Throughout history, the caravan kings have shaped the fabric of trade, culture, and human connection. Their legacy is a testament to the courage of those who dared to dream beyond the horizon, who saw the desert not as a barrier, but as a bridge to a world of possibilities. They remind us that the spirit of adventure lives within us all, urging us to embrace the unknown, to seek new horizons, and to forge connections that transcend borders. As we reflect on the journey of the caravan kings, we are reminded that each path taken is a story waiting to be told. From the gentle sway of a camel's gait to the laughter of traders haggling over spices, every moment is a thread in the rich tapestry of history. The legacy of these remarkable leaders lives on, inspiring new generations to explore the world with open hearts and minds. So, as the sun sets over the endless dunes, casting a warm glow over the caravan's final destination, let us honor the spirit of the caravan kings. Let us carry their stories forward, embracing the adventure that life offers and cherishing the connections that bind us. For we are all travelers in this vast, beautiful world, navigating our own deserts, seeking our own oases. And in this journey, we find not only ourselves but also the endless stories waiting to be woven into the fabric of time. In the heart of the ancient Silk Road, where the East met the West, there thrived a vibrant tapestry of cultures, languages, and traditions. Among the many threads that wove this intricate fabric were the Sogdian people, known for their unparalleled prowess in trade and their ability to navigate the complexities of a world in flux. But at the core of this bustling exchange of goods and ideas were the Sogdian women, often overlooked yet undeniably powerful figures who played an essential role in shaping the roots of commerce and the preservation of culture. Picture the bustling marketplaces of Samarkand and Bukhara, where merchants from far-flung lands converged to barter spices, silks, and precious stones. Here, the air was thick with the scent of exotic goods, and the cacophony of voices mingled with the rustle of silk and the clatter of coin. Amidst this lively din, Sogdian women stood as the silent architects of trade, their influence as profound as the goods they helped to exchange. From an early age, Sogdian girls were trained not only in the arts of weaving, cooking, and family management, but also in the subtler arts of negotiation and trade. They learned the value of goods, the intricacies of relationships, and the importance of maintaining their family's honor and reputation. These women were not confined to the domestic sphere. Rather, they were the keepers of the family's economic welfare, often managing trade negotiations and the logistics of commerce while their husbands traveled far and wide. Imagine a young Sogdian woman named Razia standing at the threshold of her family's home, her hands deftly weaving intricate patterns into a vibrant tapestry. Each thread she wove told a story of her ancestors, of their journeys along the Silk Road, and of the countless trades they had negotiated. But Razia was not just a weaver. She was also a savvy trader. As her father prepared to embark on a long journey to faraway lands, it was Razia who meticulously prepared the goods for trade, ensuring that their quality would reflect the family's standing. As dawn broke, Razia would accompany her father to the marketplace, her heart racing with the thrill of the exchange. There, amidst a throng of sellers and buyers, she would engage with merchants, her keen mind assessing the worth of spices and silks. It was not uncommon for her to haggle fiercely, her voice steady and persuasive, while her eyes sparkled with determination. Razia understood that every transaction was a dance, a delicate balance of give and take, and she was an adept dancer. But the role of Sogdian women extended beyond trade alone. They were the custodians of tradition, passing down stories, songs, and rituals that were vital to their community's identity. In the evenings, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Razia would gather with the other women of her village. They would sit around a fire, their laughter mingling with the crackling of wood as they shared tales of their ancestors, stories of bravery and resilience, of love and loss, of journeys across vast deserts and treacherous mountains. These gatherings were not merely social, they were essential for the preservation of their culture. Through songs and dances, they celebrated their heritage, ensuring that their children would grow up with a profound understanding of who they were and where they came from. Razia would often lead the younger girls in these rituals, her voice ringing out like a clear bell, instilling in them the same pride she felt for her Sogdian roots. As the years passed, the world around them began to change. The rise of empires and the shifting sands of political power brought new challenges to the Sogdian people. Yet, through it all, the women remained steadfast, adapting to the tides of change while holding on to their traditions. Razia, now a mother, found herself navigating not only the complexities of trade but also the expectations of a society in flux. Her daughters learned from her, absorbing her wisdom like sponges, prepared to face a world that was both familiar and foreign. In the marketplace, Razia's daughters would accompany her, their eyes wide with wonder as they watched their mother negotiate with merchants from distant lands. They marveled at the way she could charm a trader with a smile and a well-placed compliment, all the while ensuring they received a fair price for their goods. Razia taught them the importance of relationships in trade, how a good connection could open doors and create opportunities that a simple transaction could not. But beyond the world of commerce, Razia instilled in her daughters a deep respect for their heritage. She would recount tales of their ancestors, emphasizing the strength and resilience of the Sogdian women who had come before them. These stories were infused with lessons about courage, loyalty, and the importance of community. Razia's daughters would listen intently, their imaginations ignited by visions of their forebears traversing the vast expanse of the Silk Road, their spirits unyielding in the face of hardship. As the decades rolled on, the Sogdian women's legacy continued to unfold. The Silk Road, with its ever-changing landscape, became a symbol of resilience and adaptability. The Sogdian women, with their unwavering strength, stood as pillars of their community, ensuring that their culture endured even as the world transformed around them. In the twilight of her life, Razia looked upon her daughters, now women in their own right, flourishing in a world that was both challenging and full of promise. She felt an overwhelming sense of pride as she watched them carry on the traditions of their ancestors while also forging their paths in the bustling marketplace. Each transaction they made, each story they told, was a testament to the unbreakable bond they shared with their heritage. The spirit of the Sogdian women, those keepers of trade and tradition, continued to thrive, echoing through the ages. They were not merely figures in the background of history, but vibrant, powerful agents of change. With their hands, they wove the fabric of commerce. With their hearts, they nurtured the seeds of culture. And so, as we reflect on the legacy of the Sogdian women, we are reminded of their vital role in shaping the course of history. In every thread of silk, in every spice traded, and in every song sung around the fire, their influence reverberates through time, an enduring testament to the strength of women who, against all odds, kept the flame of tradition alive while navigating the complex world of trade. They are the unsung heroines of the Silk Road, and their stories deserve to be told, cherished, and remembered for generations to come. In the dim light of a flickering lantern, nestled in a bustling marketplace, the air thrums with the vibrant hum of life. Merchants call out to passers-by, their voices weaving a rich tapestry of sounds, the clink of coins, the rustle of fabric, and the alluring aroma of spices wafting through the air. This is not just any market. It is a crossroads of culture, a symphony of stories waiting to be told. Today, we delve into the heart of this world, exploring the oral legends of the merchants, tales that have traveled through generations, binding communities together with the threads of shared history and imagination. The first story we encounter is one of a humble trader named Amir. It is said that Amir was born under a fortunate star, destined to bring prosperity to his family. Yet, fortune is often a fickle mistress. As a young man, Amir set out into the vast world, his heart brimming with dreams of adventure and wealth. He carried with him not only goods, but also the tales of his ancestors, tales that would soon become intertwined with his own journey. One fateful day, while crossing a treacherous mountain pass, Amir stumbled upon a hidden valley. Flowers bloomed in vibrant colors, and a crystal-clear river danced over smooth stones, creating a melody that sang to his soul. In this enchanted place, he met an old woman, her hair as white as snow, who was known to the locals as the Keeper of Secrets. She offered him a simple yet profound gift, a small, intricately carved box. "Inside this box," she said, her voice like rustling leaves, "lies the essence of your journey. It holds stories of the past and promises of the future. Open it wisely, for it will guide you." Amir, intrigued yet cautious, accepted the box. With each new market he visited, he would share his wares and, in return, collect stories from the people. He learned of their struggles, their triumphs, and the legends that shaped their lives. Each tale was a thread woven into the fabric of his own existence, and with each passing day he grew more attuned to the rhythm of the world around him. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Amir decided to open the box. Inside, he found not gold or jewels, but a single, shimmering feather. The moment he touched it, images flooded his mind, visions of distant lands, of merchants trading under starlit skies, and of a great caravan that once traversed the Silk Road. He understood then that the true treasure was not material wealth, but the stories that connected people across time and space. As he shared these stories in every market he visited, Amir became a legend in his own right. People would gather around him, eyes wide with wonder, as he recounted tales of bravery, love, and loss. He spoke of a merchant who traded silks with a mysterious figure, only to discover that the figure was a princess in disguise, seeking adventure beyond the palace walls. He told of a fisherman who caught a golden fish that granted wishes, but learned that true happiness lay not in riches but in the laughter of his children. Each story Amir shared was a lesson, a bridge that connected the hearts of those who listened. He became a symbol of hope, a reminder that we are all part of a larger narrative, a narrative enriched by the voices of those who came before us. As time passed, Amir's legend spread far and wide. In a distant land, another merchant named Layla heard whispers of this traveler who spun stories like golden thread. Intrigued, she set out to find him, eager to learn the secrets behind his captivating tales. When they finally met, the two merchants forged a bond, united by their shared love for storytelling. Layla too had her own legends to share. She spoke of a wise old trader who, during a fierce storm, saved a village by bartering his goods for the villagers' safety. This act of kindness rippled through the ages, reminding all who heard it that the power of compassion could conquer even the fiercest of tempests. Layla's stories, like Amir's, were woven with the threads of humanity, of courage, resilience, and the unyielding spirit of the human heart. Together, Amir and Layla traveled from market to market, their voices rising and falling like the tide, captivating audiences with their tales. They became known as the Keepers of Stories, and wherever they went, they sowed seeds of inspiration and connection. Merchants and villagers alike began to share their own stories, creating a vibrant tapestry of life that celebrated the beauty of diversity. In one bustling market, they encountered a group of children, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Tell us a story," they pleaded, their laughter ringing like bells in the air. Amir and Layla exchanged knowing smiles, for they had learned that the magic of storytelling was not just in the tales themselves, but in the way they brought people together. And so, they shared the story of the Merchant of Light, a tale that spoke of a merchant who traded not in goods, but in kindness. He traveled from town to town, lighting the darkest corners of the world with his unwavering belief in the goodness of humanity. With each act of generosity, he ignited a spark of hope, reminding all who crossed his path that even the smallest gesture could change the course of a life. As the children listened, their imaginations soared. They envisioned themselves as the Merchant of Light, spreading joy and kindness wherever they went. The air was thick with possibility, and for a moment, the world outside faded away, leaving only the warmth of shared dreams. The legacy of Amir and Layla continued to grow, their stories transcending borders and generations. They became more than just merchants. They became the voice of the people, their stories echoing through time like a timeless melody. In every market, in every village, the tales of love, sacrifice and adventure were passed down, each retelling breathing new life into the ancient legends. And so, we come to the heart of our own story. The oral legends of the merchants remind us that we are all part of a grand narrative, one that is shaped by our experiences, our dreams, and our connections with one another. In a world that often feels fragmented, these tales serve as a reminder of the beauty of our shared humanity. As we walk through the marketplaces of our lives, let us carry with us the stories of those who came before us and the stories yet to be told. Let us be the keepers of our own legends, weaving our experiences into the rich tapestry of existence. For in the end, it is not just the goods we trade or the wealth we accumulate that define us. It is the stories we share, the connections we forge, and the love we spread that truly shape our legacy. So, dear listeners, as you journey through your own lives, remember the power of a story. Embrace the whispers of the past, the dreams of the present, and the hopes of the future. For in every story lies a spark of truth, waiting to ignite a flame of connection, a flame that can light up the darkness and guide us all home. In the bustling heart of ancient China, during the Tang dynasty, a remarkable tapestry of cultures flourished, weaving together the threads of trade, art, and human connection. Among the many vibrant threads of this tapestry were the Sogdians, an enigmatic group whose story is interlaced with the rich fabric of China's history. To understand the Sogdians and their communities in Tang cities, we must journey back in time to an era when the Silk Road was a lifeline of commerce, culture, and human interaction. Imagine a time when the world was a vast expanse of uncharted territories where merchants and travelers sought fortune and knowledge. The Sogdians, hailing from the region that is now modern-day Uzbekistan, were skilled traders and diplomats, adept at navigating the complex networks of the Silk Road. Their homeland, situated at the crossroads of empires, was a melting pot of influences, and the Sogdians thrived on this diversity. They were not merely traders, they were cultural ambassadors, carrying with them not just goods, but also ideas, beliefs, and stories. As the Tang dynasty opened its arms to foreign influences, the Sogdians found a welcoming home in the bustling cities of Chang'an, Luoyang, and others. These cities were alive with the sights and sounds of 1,000 cultures converging in a vibrant dance of life. Streets teemed with merchants hawking their wares, musicians playing captivating melodies, and scholars engaging in profound discussions. Within this dynamic environment, the Sogdians carved out a niche for themselves, establishing communities that would flourish and contribute to the richness of Tang society. The Sogdian presence in Tang cities was not merely a transient affair, it was a lasting imprint on the cultural landscape. They brought with them exquisite textiles, aromatic spices, and precious metals, transforming the marketplaces into sensory wonderlands. The allure of Sogdian goods captivated the Chinese elite, who adorned themselves in colorful silk garments and indulged in the exotic flavors of the Sogdian kitchens. But it wasn't just trade that defined the Sogdian experience in China. It was the intricate web of relationships they wove with their Chinese neighbors. In the intimate quarters of their communities, Sogdian families built homes that reflected both their heritage and their new surroundings. Their dwellings were often adorned with vibrant murals depicting scenes from their homeland, blending Sogdian artistic traditions with Chinese aesthetics. Children grew up amidst a fusion of languages, learning to speak Sogdian at home while mastering Chinese in the bustling streets outside. This cultural exchange nurtured a sense of belonging as the Sogdians became an integral part of the urban fabric. Among the Sogdian communities, there were remarkable individuals who emerged as leaders, bridging the gap between cultures. Take, for instance, the story of a young Sogdian named An Lushan. Born to a family of merchants, An was a spirited boy who dreamed of adventure and opportunity. His parents, like many Sogdians, had settled in Chang'an, where they engaged in trade and formed connections with influential Chinese families. An grew up in a world where the spice of Sogdian life mingled with the elegance of Chinese culture, and he found himself inspired by the possibilities that lay before him. As An matured, he became a skilled trader in his own right, navigating the intricate pathways of commerce that crisscrossed the Tang Empire. His charm and eloquence won him respect among the Chinese merchants and officials, and he soon became known as a bridge between the Sogdian and Chinese communities. An's influence grew, and he began to advocate for the rights and needs of the Sogdian people, ensuring that their voices were heard in the bustling marketplaces and grand halls of power. However, the Sogdians' journey was not without its challenges. As the Tang dynasty faced internal strife and external threats, the delicate balance of cultures began to waver. The social fabric that had once embraced the Sogdians now faced scrutiny, as nationalistic sentiments surged among certain factions. Yet, through it all, the Sogdians remained resilient, drawing strength from their rich heritage and the bonds they had forged with their Chinese neighbors. Within the Sogdian communities, festivals became a celebration of unity and cultural pride. They would gather in the streets, dressed in their finest attire, showcasing the vibrant colors and intricate patterns of their traditional garments. Music filled the air, as Sogdian musicians played instruments that echoed the sounds of their homeland, blending harmoniously with the melodies of their Chinese counterparts. These moments of joy and connection served as a reminder that, despite the challenges they faced, the Sogdians were a vital part of the Tang story. As the years passed, the Sogdians continued to thrive, contributing to the rich tapestry of Tang culture. They became renowned for their expertise in various crafts, from metalworking to silk weaving, and their artistry was celebrated throughout the empire. Sogdian merchants traveled as far as the distant courts of Persia and India, bringing back not only goods, but also stories of adventure and cultural exchange. The Sogdians became a living testament to the interconnectedness of civilizations, reminding us that the world was and still is a shared space of human experience. Yet, as the Tang dynasty gradually declined, the fate of the Sogdians took a poignant turn. Political upheaval and societal changes began to erode the vibrant communities they had built. The once bustling markets that had flourished with Sogdian goods began to quiet, as trade routes shifted and new powers emerged. Many Sogdians, faced with uncertainty, chose to return to their homeland, while others remained in China, integrating further into the local culture. Despite this gradual fading of their distinct identity, the legacy of the Sogdians endures. Their contributions to the cultural and economic landscape of ancient China became woven into the very fabric of history. They taught us that culture is not a fixed entity, but a dynamic interplay of influences that shapes and reshapes communities over time. Today, as we reflect on the Sogdians in Tang cities, we honor their spirit of resilience and adaptability. Their story is a reminder of the power of human connection, a testament to the enduring bonds that can form across borders, languages, and cultures. The Sogdians, with their vibrant communities and rich contributions, remind us that in the grand tapestry of history, every thread matters. Their legacy lives on, woven into the stories we share and the cultures we continue to celebrate, echoing through time in the laughter of children, the melodies of music, and the vibrant colors of art. In the heart of Central Asia, a tapestry of cultures weaves a story that transcends borders and time. It is a story filled with resilience, struggle, and the quest for identity. This is the tale of the Uyghurs, a Turkic ethnic group hailing from the vast, arid expanse of Xinjiang, China. Known for their vibrant culture and rich history, the Uyghurs stand as a testament to the complexities of alliance and rivalry that shape not only their fate, but the geopolitical landscape of the region. As dusk falls over the ancient Silk Road cities of Kashgar and Urumqi, the echoes of the past resonate in the bustling markets. The sweet scent of roasted lamb mingles with the pungent aroma of spices, while the intricate melodies of Uyghur music drift through the air. For centuries, this region has been a crossroads of trade, culture, and conflict, drawing in traders, travelers, and conquerors from all corners of the globe. But today, the Uyghurs face a reality that is as harsh as the desert sun. In recent years, headlines have painted a grim picture of the Uyghur experience. Reports of mass detentions, cultural erasure, and human rights violations have emerged from the shadows of Xinjiang, igniting a firestorm of international outrage. Yet, the story of the Uyghurs is not merely one of oppression. It is also one of resilience, solidarity, and the quest for freedom. To truly understand this complex narrative, we must delve deeper into the connections that bind the Uyghurs to their allies and rivals. As we journey through history, we find ourselves in the early 20th century, a time of great upheaval. The fall of empires and the rise of nation-states reshaped the world map, and the Uyghurs were no exception. Following the collapse of the Qing dynasty, the Uyghurs found themselves caught in a web of competing interests. The region of Xinjiang became a pawn in a larger game of geopolitical chess, with the Soviet Union and China vying for influence. The Uyghurs, yearning for autonomy, looked towards their Turkic neighbors for support. Countries like Turkey and Kazakhstan shared not only linguistic ties, but also a sense of kinship rooted in shared history. In the midst of this tumult, the Uyghur nationalist movement began to take shape, fueled by a desire for self-determination and cultural preservation. Yet this quest for autonomy would not come without challenges. The Uyghurs were not alone in their aspirations. Rivalries with neighboring ethnic groups, such as the Han Chinese and the Hui Muslims, added layers of complexity to their plight. Fast forward to the 21st century, and the landscape has evolved dramatically. The rise of China as a global superpower has intensified the scrutiny of Xinjiang. The Uyghurs, once seen as a potential ally of Central Asian nations, are now viewed through the lens of national security concerns. The Chinese government, driven by a desire for stability and control, has implemented sweeping measures to suppress what it deems separatist sentiments. The establishment of re-education camps, draconian surveillance, and cultural assimilation policies have become the tools of a state determined to quash dissent. But amidst this oppressive atmosphere, a network of solidarity has emerged. The Uyghur diaspora, spread across the globe, has become a powerful voice advocating for their rights. From the bustling streets of Istanbul to the halls of the United Nations in New York, Uyghur activists have rallied support, forging alliances with human rights organizations, political leaders, and concerned citizens. Their stories of survival and resilience resonate far and wide, igniting empathy and calls for action. In Turkey, home to a significant Uyghur population, the connection is deeply personal. The cultural ties between the Uyghurs and Turks run deep, and the Turkish government has taken a vocal stance against China's policies in Xinjiang. Here, the Uyghurs find not only refuge, but also a sense of belonging. The Turkish media has spotlighted their plight, sparking public demonstrations and calls for solidarity. This relationship, however, is not without its complexities. The Turkish government, balancing its own geopolitical interests, sometimes finds itself navigating the fine line between advocacy and pragmatism. As we explore the connections between the Uyghurs and their allies, we must also confront the rivalries that shape their reality. The geopolitical landscape of Central Asia is a delicate dance of alliances and betrayals, with the Uyghurs caught in the crossfire. While Turkey extends a hand of support, other nations, like Kazakhstan, grapple with their own challenges. Kazakhstan has a sizable ethnic Kazakh population from Xinjiang, leading to a complicated relationship with China. The Kazakh government, eager to maintain economic ties with its powerful neighbor, faces criticism for its perceived inaction on the Uyghur issue. In the shadows of these rivalries lies a growing realization among various nations that the plight of the Uyghurs is not just a regional concern, but a global human rights issue. The international community, galvanized by grassroots activism, has begun to take notice. Advocacy groups and human rights organizations have intensified their efforts to raise awareness, pressing for accountability and intervention. From social media campaigns to high-profile protests, the Uyghur cause has captured the imagination of a world that increasingly recognizes the power of collective action. Yet, as the Uyghurs continue their fight for justice, the challenges remain daunting. The Chinese government's grip on Xinjiang is tight, and dissent is met with swift and severe repercussions. The narrative surrounding the Uyghurs is fraught with disinformation, and propaganda has become a weapon in the battle for hearts and minds. As we conclude our journey through the Uyghur connection, this intricate web of allies and rivals, we are left with a poignant understanding of the complexities that define their struggle. The Uyghurs are not merely victims of oppression, they are a people with a rich cultural heritage, a vibrant identity, and an unyielding spirit. Their story is one of resilience in the face of adversity, of hope amidst despair. In the grand tapestry of human history, the Uyghur connection serves as a reminder that the quest for justice knows no borders. As allies unite and rivals confront their differences, the Uyghurs continue to stand at the crossroads of a struggle that transcends time and geography. Their voices resonate, echoing through the halls of power and the hearts of those who dare to listen. The story of the Uyghurs is far from over. It is a narrative still being written, one that will continue to inspire and challenge future generations. And as we bear witness to their journey, we are reminded of the importance of solidarity, the power of advocacy, and the enduring human spirit that seeks freedom in the face of oppression. In the heart of the ancient world, where the sun rises over vast deserts and sets behind majestic mountains, lies a land steeped in history and intrigue. This is the story of a crossroads, a meeting point of empires where the Persian, Turkic, and Tang civilizations converged, shaped by both conflict and cooperation, ambition and artistry. Welcome to the tapestry of cultures that weaves through the fabric of what we now call the Silk Road, an artery of trade and exchange that connected distant lands, peoples and ideas. Our journey begins in the fertile plains of Persia, a land that boasts a legacy as rich as its soil. The Persians, under the aegis of their great kings, had built an empire that stretched from the Indus River to the shores of the Aegean. Their influence rippled through the ages, a testament to their administrative prowess and cultural achievements. The Achaemenids, the first and perhaps the most illustrious of Persian dynasties, established an empire that was not merely a collection of conquered territories, but a mosaic of diverse peoples united under a single banner. The famous royal road connected cities, facilitating trade and communication, while the Zoroastrian faith laid the spiritual groundwork for many subsequent religions. As we traverse this ancient landscape, we can almost hear the whispers of merchants bargaining in bustling bazaars, the clinking of coins exchanged for silks and spices, and the stories of travelers recounting their adventures. It was here that the Persian Empire's ingenuity flourished, and with it, the seeds of cultural exchange were sown. Artisans crafted exquisite textiles, while philosophers pondered the mysteries of the universe, their thoughts echoing through the ages. But the winds of change were stirring. From the steppes of Central Asia came the Turkic tribes, fierce nomadic warriors known for their horsemanship and relentless spirit. They were the children of the vast grasslands, raised among the herds and the skies, where the horizons stretched endlessly. As they began to move southward, they would soon become a formidable force, introducing a new chapter to the story of this crossroads. The Turkic peoples, initially fragmented into various tribes, began to unite under charismatic leaders who envisioned a greater destiny. Their emergence marked a pivotal moment in history as they sought to carve out their place within the grand narrative of empires. The Gökturks, one of the earliest Turkic states, established a vast realm that reached from the Altai Mountains to the shores of the Black Sea. They engaged in both conflict and diplomacy with their neighbors, establishing trade routes that would soon connect them with the Persian heartland. As we navigate this evolving landscape, we witness the dance of alliances and rivalries. The Persians, proud of their heritage, faced the encroaching Turkic tribes with a mix of caution and curiosity. Meanwhile, the Turks were not merely conquerors, they were also influenced by the cultures they encountered. The blending of traditions, languages, and beliefs began to take shape, creating a rich tapestry of identity that would define the region for centuries to come. To the east, in the shadows of the mighty Himalayas, the Tang dynasty flourished. Known as one of the golden ages of Chinese civilization, the Tang era was characterized by unparalleled cultural, economic, and military prowess. The Tang emperors, ambitious and visionary, sought to expand their influence beyond their borders, engaging in diplomacy and trade with the peoples of Central Asia, including the Persians and Turks. The Silk Road, a network of trade routes that crisscrossed the vast terrain, became the lifeblood of the Tang dynasty. It was here that ideas flowed as freely as goods. The exchange of silk, porcelain, and tea was merely the surface of a deeper interaction, as Buddhism, art, and technology traveled alongside these precious commodities. The Tang capital, Chang'an, emerged as a cosmopolitan hub where merchants, scholars, and travelers from diverse backgrounds converged, sharing stories and ideas that would shape the future. As we delve deeper into this vibrant period, we encounter the richness of cultural syncretism. The Persian influence on the Tang court was palpable, with Persian art and poetry inspiring Chinese artists and poets. The Turks, too, would engage with these two great powers, forging connections that would forever alter the course of history. The blend of Turkic and Chinese cultures would lead to the rise of a new identity in the region, one that celebrated the intertwining of traditions. However, the crossroads of empires was not without its challenges. The balance of power was ever shifting, and the threads of alliances often frayed under the weight of ambition and rivalry. As the Turks consolidated their power, they began to push against both the Persians and the Tang. The battles that ensued were not merely clashes of swords, they were contests of ideologies and aspirations, shaping the destiny of nations. The Great Battle of Talas in 751 AD stands as a pivotal moment in this narrative. Here, the forces of the Tang faced off against the united Turkic and Arab armies. The outcome would not only define the boundaries of empires, but also herald the spread of knowledge. It was at Talis that paper-making technology would be introduced to the Islamic world, marking a turning point in the dissemination of information and culture. The echoes of this battle reverberated far beyond the battlefield, influencing the intellectual landscape of civilizations for generations to come. As we journey through this dynamic era, we must not overlook the cultural and artistic achievements that flourished amidst the turmoil. The Persian poets, like Rumi and Ferdowsi, crafted verses that captured the essence of human experience, resonating with love, longing, and the quest for truth. Meanwhile, the Tang artists produced breathtaking works that celebrated the beauty of nature and the complexity of life. Calligraphy, painting, and ceramics became mediums through which the spirit of the age was expressed, leaving a legacy that would inspire future generations. In the wake of conflict, the boundaries between these great cultures began to blur, giving rise to a shared heritage. The Persian, Turkic, and Tang civilizations, though distinct, became intertwined in a way that defied easy categorization. The Silk Road transformed from mere trade routes into arteries of cultural exchange, where ideas, art, and faith flowed freely. As we reach the end of our journey, we reflect on the significance of this crossroads of empires. It was a place where the narratives of the Persian, Turkic, and Tang peoples converged, creating a rich tapestry of shared history. The legacies of these great civilizations continue to resonate today, reminding us of the power of connection and the beauty of diversity. In this ever-evolving world, we are called to remember the lessons of the past, to honor the threads that bind us together, and to celebrate the crossroads that shape our shared humanity. As we look to the future, may we carry forward the spirit of collaboration and understanding that emerged from this remarkable meeting of empires, forever echoing in the annals of history. In the vast, wind-swept expanses of the steppe, where the horizon stretches infinitely, and the earth seems to breathe in rhythm with the winds, a unique breed of individuals emerged, the diplomats of the steppe. These figures, often overlooked in the annals of history, were the negotiators between worlds, bridging the chasms between tribes, nations, and cultures. Their stories weave a tapestry of intrigue, conflict, and resolution, revealing the critical role they played in an era defined by both cooperation and rivalry. Imagine a time when the steppe was not just a barren landscape, but a vibrant crossroads of cultures. The Mongolian plateau, the grassy plains of Kazakhstan, and the rolling hills of Ukraine served as the backdrop for a rich history, where horsemen rode with unparalleled speed and the sound of hooves echoed across the land. It was a world dominated by nomadic tribes, each with its own customs, languages, and ambitions. Yet, amidst this backdrop of diversity and discord, the diplomats emerged as essential figures, skilled in the art of persuasion and negotiation. One of the most renowned of these figures was the legendary Genghis Khan, who, through his vision, united disparate tribes under a single banner. But Genghis was not merely a warrior, he was also a master diplomat. He understood that to expand his empire, he needed more than just brute strength. He needed alliances. His emissaries traveled far and wide, forging connections with neighboring tribes and distant kingdoms. These diplomats were not just messengers. They were the lifeblood of his campaigns, tasked with securing peace where possible and ensuring loyalty through a web of treaties and agreements. The diplomats of the steppe were often steeped in the traditions of their people. They were storytellers and orators, possessing an innate ability to sway hearts and minds. Their journeys would take them to the fringes of the known world, crossing paths with Persian merchants, Chinese emissaries, and even European knights. Each negotiation was not merely a transactional encounter. It was a dance of culture and philosophy, where the stakes were high and the consequences of failure could lead to war or devastation. In these negotiations, the diplomats wielded a unique power. They were not just representatives of their tribes, they were ambassadors of peace, tasked with balancing the interests of their people against the backdrop of a tumultuous world. One such diplomat, a man named Jebi, rode alongside Genghis Khan during his campaigns. Renowned for his eloquence and wisdom, Jebi was often called upon to mediate disputes between the various factions within the Mongol Empire. His ability to listen and empathize allowed him to navigate the complex web of loyalties and feuds that characterized steppe society. Jebi's most notable achievement came during a tense standoff between two rival tribes. The air was thick with tension, and the threat of violence loomed large. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Jebi took it upon himself to broker a peace. He invited the chieftains of both tribes to a neutral ground, a sacred grove where the spirits of their ancestors were believed to dwell. As the sun filtered through the leaves, creating a mosaic of light and shadow, Jebi wove a narrative that drew upon the shared histories and values of both tribes. His words resonated deeply, reminding them of their common heritage and the potential for prosperity through unity. By the end of the day, what began as a potential battleground transformed into a place of reconciliation, showcasing the profound impact a skilled diplomat could have. As we delve deeper into the role of these diplomats, we cannot overlook the importance of the Silk Road, a network of trade routes that spanned from the east to the west, connecting diverse cultures and peoples. The diplomats of the steppe were crucial to this trade, acting as intermediaries between merchants and travelers from different backgrounds. They facilitated not just the exchange of goods, but also ideas, art, and technology. In the bustling markets of Samarkand and Bukhara, one could find spices from India, silks from China, and precious metals from the West, all thanks to the tireless efforts of these negotiators. However, it wasn't just the allure of commerce that drove these diplomats. The steppe was fraught with conflict, and the stakes were high. The Mongols, for example, were not the only power vying for dominance. The rise of the Russian principalities and the expansion of the Ottoman Empire introduced new dynamics that required astute diplomatic maneuvering. The diplomats of the steppe had to be agile, adapting their strategies to the ever-changing landscape of power. One particularly compelling story comes from the chronicles of the Golden Horde, a Mongol Khanate that ruled over parts of Russia and Eastern Europe. In the 13th century, a diplomat named Batu Khan emerged as a key figure in establishing and maintaining relations with the Russian principalities. As the grandson of Genghis Khan, Batu understood the importance of diplomacy in consolidating power. He employed a combination of military might and diplomatic finesse, ensuring that the Russian princes acknowledged the authority of the horde without inciting rebellion. Batu Khan's approach was multifaceted. He often invited Russian leaders to his court, treating them with respect and honor. These gatherings were not merely social, they were strategic. They allowed Batu to showcase the benefits of cooperation, offering protection in exchange for tribute and loyalty. The Russian princes, recognizing the might of the Golden Horde, often found themselves walking a fine line between allegiance and autonomy. Through Batu's skillful diplomacy, a fragile peace was established, allowing for a unique blend of cultures to flourish. Yet the role of the steppe diplomat was not without its challenges. The very nature of their work meant that they often walked a tightrope between conflicting interests. Betrayal, mistrust, and shifting alliances were constant threats. There are tales of diplomats who, in their pursuit of peace, found themselves caught in treachery. One such story tells of a diplomat who was sent to negotiate a critical treaty but was captured by a rival tribe. Instead of yielding to despair, he used his cunning to turn the tables, convincing his captors of the benefits of an alliance rather than enmity. His quick thinking and eloquence ultimately led to a successful negotiation, but not without great personal risk. As the centuries unfolded, the role of the steppe diplomats continued to evolve. The rise of powerful empires and the advent of new technologies changed the landscape of diplomacy. However, the essence of their work remained the same: to forge connections, to build bridges, and to seek understanding amidst a world of chaos. Today, as we reflect on the legacy of these diplomats of the steppe, we recognize their vital contributions to history. They were the unsung heroes, operating behind the scenes, yet shaping the course of civilizations. Their stories remind us that diplomacy is not merely an art of negotiation, but a testament to the human spirit, a spirit that yearns for connection, understanding, and peace. In the end, as the winds continue to sweep across the steppe, whispering the tales of those who came before, we honor the diplomats who navigated the complexities of their time, forging a path towards a shared future. They remind us that, even in the face of division, the power of dialogue can illuminate the darkest of paths, guiding us towards a world where understanding reigns supreme. In the heart of Central Asia, where the winds whisper tales of ancient trade routes and vibrant cultures, lay the enigmatic Sogdian people. Their legacy, a tapestry woven with threads of commerce, culture, and religion, transcended the boundaries of their homeland to find a place in distant lands, including China. Today, we delve into the captivating world of Sogdian religion in China, exploring the temples and shrines that served as beacons of faith and community, illuminating the spiritual landscape of an era long past. Imagine, if you will, the bustling markets of Chang'an, the capital of the Tang dynasty, where merchants from far and wide converged. Amidst the clamor of voices and the vibrant colors of silks and spices, the Sogdians stood out with their distinct attire, embodying the spirit of a people who thrived on trade and cultural exchange. As these merchants set down roots in foreign soil, they brought with them not just goods, but also their beliefs, weaving their spiritual practices into the rich fabric of Chinese society. At the heart of Sogdian religious life was Zoroastrianism, a faith characterized by a dualistic worldview and a deep reverence for the elements. The Sogdians honored Ahura Mazda, the supreme god, and revered fire as a symbol of purity and truth. In the temples and shrines that dotted the landscape, flickering flames danced in the hearths, casting a warm glow that beckoned worshippers. These sacred spaces were not merely places of worship, they were sanctuaries of community, where people gathered to seek guidance, share stories, and celebrate life's milestones. As we journey through the ancient streets of China, we can almost hear the soft chants of Sogdian priests echoing within the temple walls. The rituals performed here were a fusion of Sogdian and local beliefs, reflecting a harmonious blend of cultures. Scholars recount how the Sogdians adapted their practices to resonate with the Chinese populace, incorporating Buddhist elements into their Zoroastrian rites. This syncretism enriched the spiritual experience, allowing the Sogdian religion to flourish in a land that was not its own. In the bustling marketplace, we encounter a young Sogdian merchant named Farid. He is not just a trader, he is a custodian of his faith. Every week, after the sun dips below the horizon, Farid makes his way to the temple, a magnificent structure adorned with vibrant murals depicting divine and earthly realms. The temple stands as a testament to the Sogdians' resilience, a place where they could gather to worship and connect with their heritage. As Farid enters the temple, he is enveloped by the scent of incense wafting through the air, mingling with the warmth of the flickering flames. The community has come together, united in prayer and reflection. Here, they share not just their hopes and fears, but also their dreams for the future, dreams that transcend borders and time. The temple is alive with activity. Children scamper around the courtyard, their laughter mingling with the rhythmic beats of drums as celebratory dances unfold. Elders share tales of their ancestors, instilling a sense of pride and identity within the younger generations. The temple becomes a canvas for the collective memory of the Sogdian people, a place where the past informs the present. But it is not just the Sogdians who find solace within these walls. In a remarkable display of cultural exchange, local Chinese people too are drawn to the temple. They seek wisdom from the Sogdian priests, intrigued by the foreign rituals that have taken root in their land. This intermingling of faiths fosters understanding and respect, creating a rich tapestry of beliefs that transcends ethnic and cultural boundaries. As we wander deeper into this world, we discover that the Sogdian influence in China extended beyond temples. Shrines dedicated to Zoroastrian deities can be found nestled in the nooks and crannies of bustling cities. These small, humble spaces served as quiet retreats for those seeking a moment of reflection amidst the chaos of everyday life. Here, offerings of flowers and fruits lay at the feet of sacred statues, a testament to the devotion of those who came seeking divine favor. One such shrine, hidden away in a quiet alley of Xi'an, tells the story of a devoted couple, Layla and Amir. They have journeyed from their homeland to seek fortune in this foreign land, and in doing so, they have brought their faith with them. The couple visits the shrine every week, lighting candles and whispering prayers for prosperity and protection. As they kneel before the altar, the flickering flames illuminate their faces, reflecting their hopes and dreams. Through their rituals, Layla and Amir not only seek blessings for themselves, but also for their children, who have embraced both their Sogdian heritage and the culture of their new home. They understand the importance of preserving their identity while also integrating into the vibrant tapestry of Chinese society. This delicate balance is a testament to the resilience of the Sogdian spirit, a spirit that thrives even in the face of adversity. As we explore further, it becomes clear that the Sogdians were not just passive participants in the cultural exchange. They were active contributors. Their temples and shrines became hubs of dialogue, where ideas flowed freely between different communities. Scholars and thinkers gathered to discuss philosophy, art, and science, ensuring that the legacy of the Sogdian people would endure for generations to come. However, as the centuries rolled on, the tides of history began to shift. The rise of new empires and changing trade routes altered the landscape of the Silk Road. The Sogdian temples, once bustling with life, began to fade into the background. Yet, even as their physical structures crumbled, the essence of their faith and the stories of their people continued to resonate. Today, as we stand amidst the remnants of these ancient temples, we find ourselves in awe of the Sogdian legacy. The echoes of their prayers still linger in the air, a reminder of a time when diverse cultures converged, creating a vibrant mosaic of beliefs. The stories of Farid, Layla, and Amir are but a few among countless narratives that reflect the resilience of the human spirit in the face of change. In the quiet corners of modern China, where the past and present intertwine, the spirit of the Sogdians lives on. Their temples and shrines may stand silent now, but the whispers of their faith continue to inspire. Through their journey of adaptation and integration, the Sogdian people have left an indelible mark on the spiritual landscape of China, a testament to the enduring power of belief, community, and the unbreakable bonds that connect us all. As we conclude our exploration, we are reminded that the stories of the Sogdians are not just relics of history, they are a celebration of diversity, resilience, and the unyielding quest for connection. In a world that often feels divided, the legacy of the Sogdian religion in China serves as a timeless reminder of the strength found in unity, understanding, and the shared human experience. In the heart of ancient marketplaces, where the air shimmered with the scent of spices and the vibrant colors of textiles danced in the light, a unique tapestry of life unfolded. This is the story of merchants, the unsung heroes of trade who wove together cultures, traditions, and stories across time and space. Welcome to Festivals of Silk and Song, Cultural Life of Merchants. a celebration of the rich and complex lives of those who once roamed the bustling bazaars and winding streets, peddling their wares and sharing their tales. Imagine a world long before the conveniences of modernity, where travel was an arduous journey and communication a luxury. In this era, merchants were the lifeblood of society, the conduits through which goods flowed and cultures intertwined. They were more than mere traders. They were storytellers, entertainers, and cultural custodians. With each piece of silk and every jar of spice, they brought not just products, but also the essence of their homelands, their customs, and their songs. In the bustling caravanserais, where weary travelers found respite, merchants gathered to exchange more than just goods. The flickering lanterns cast a warm glow on the faces of people from distant lands, each face telling a story. It was here, amidst the laughter and the clinking of coins, that the seeds of friendship were sown. A Persian trader might share tales of the majestic mountains of his homeland, while a Chinese merchant would regale listeners with stories of the great rivers that wound through their valleys. Each tale was a thread, weaving a rich tapestry of interconnected lives. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the festivals began. Merchants, adorned in vibrant robes of silk, gathered to celebrate their shared experiences, their trials and triumphs. The air was filled with the sounds of music and laughter, as musicians strummed lutes and drummed rhythms that echoed through the night. The festivals were not merely a celebration of trade. They were an affirmation of community, a recognition of the bonds forged through shared struggles and successes. One such festival, known as the Festival of Threads, was held in a city that lay at the crossroads of trade routes. Here, merchants from all corners of the world converged, bringing with them their finest silks, vibrant dyes, and intricate weavings. The streets transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors as stalls overflowed with textiles that whispered stories of distant lands. Each piece of fabric was a treasure, a piece of art that embodied the spirit of its maker. As the sun rose on the day of the festival, the city came alive with anticipation. The merchants set up their stalls, their hands deftly arranging their goods. The air crackled with energy as customers flocked to the market, eager to experience the magic of the day. Children darted through the crowd, their laughter ringing like music in the air as they chased after colorful kites that danced above their heads. At the center of the festival stood a grand stage, adorned with elaborate tapestries that depicted stories of the past. Performers took to the stage, their voices soaring like birds in flight, as they sang songs that spoke of love, loss, and the beauty of the world. The audience was captivated, drawn into a realm where every note carried the weight of history, and every lyric echoed the dreams of generations. Among the performers was Amira, a young woman with a voice that could melt the hardest of hearts. She was the daughter of a merchant, raised amidst the vibrant colors and myriad sounds of the marketplace. Her family had traveled far and wide, collecting stories and songs from every corner of the earth. It was said that her melodies could transport listeners to distant lands, filling their hearts with longing and joy. As Amira sang, the crowd swayed, their hearts entwined with her melody. She sang of the Silk Road, of the journeys her family had taken, and the people they had met along the way. Her voice was a bridge, connecting the past with the present, the known with the unknown. With each note, she celebrated the spirit of the merchants, their resilience, and their unyielding pursuit of dreams. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a golden hue over the festivities, the air filled with the scent of delicious foods being prepared in stalls nearby. The aroma of spiced meats, freshly baked bread, and sweet pastries wafted through the air, drawing people closer. It was a feast for the senses, a celebration of culinary delights that mirrored the diversity of cultures represented at the festival. Food was not merely a necessity, it was a communal experience. Merchants and patrons alike gathered around tables, sharing meals and stories, their laughter mingling with the sounds of clinking dishes. Each dish carried a story, a memory of home, and a connection to the past. The spices used in the dishes were a testament to the long journeys taken, the countless encounters and friendships formed along the way. As night descended, the festival took on a different hue. Lanterns flickered to life, casting a warm glow over the crowd. The rhythmic beating of drums filled the air as dancers took to the streets, their movements telling stories of love, courage, and celebration. The energy was infectious, pulling everyone into a whirlwind of joy and camaraderie. Merchants joined in, their laughter echoing through the night as they danced together, their worries forgotten for a moment. In those fleeting hours, the barriers of language and culture faded away, replaced by the universal language of joy and celebration. They were not just merchants, they were friends, family, and a community bound by shared experiences. As the festival began to wind down, the merchants gathered once more, their hearts full of gratitude. They embraced one another, knowing that the connections forged during these celebrations would last beyond the fleeting moments of joy. The threads of their lives, though different in color and texture, were woven together in a beautiful tapestry that would endure through time. In the days that followed, the merchants returned to their stalls, their hearts light and their spirits renewed. The stories shared, the songs sung, and the friendships forged at the festival would continue to echo in their lives, reminding them of the power of culture, community, and connection. They were the custodians of traditions, the bearers of stories, and the weavers of a vibrant cultural life that transcended borders. As we reflect on the life of merchants and the festivals of silk and song, we are reminded of the beauty of diversity and the strength that lies in unity. Their legacy lives on, not just in the goods they traded or the stories they told, but in the enduring spirit of celebration that continues to inspire us today. In a world that often feels divided, let us remember the vibrancy of those marketplaces, where differences were celebrated and connections were made, proving that through trade, culture, and song, we can weave a brighter, more inclusive future together. So, the next time you find yourself in a bustling market or a vibrant festival, take a moment to appreciate the stories that surround you. Each person you meet, each item you encounter is a thread in the rich tapestry of life, waiting to be woven into the greater narrative of humanity. Let us honor the legacy of the merchants and the festivals that celebrated their cultural lives, for in doing so, we celebrate our shared humanity. In the heart of every adventure lies a journey, a path winding through the unknown, where each twist and turn brings with it the thrill of discovery and the shadow of danger. Today, we embark on an exploration of one such journey, a tale that weaves together the perils of the road where bandits lurk, deserts stretch endlessly, and mountains loom like ancient sentinels guarding their secrets. Picture, if you will, a sun-drenched expanse, the golden sands of a vast desert rolling out like a shimmering sea under a merciless sky. This is a land where time seems to stand still, where the horizon dances in the heat, and the air is thick with the promise of adventure and the threat of peril. The desert, in all its beauty, is a paradox, a place that enchants and ensnares. Our story begins with a group of weary travelers, their faces etched with determination and fatigue. They are bound for a distant city, their dreams carried on the backs of camels, laden with goods to barter and tales yet to be told. Their journey is not merely a passage through the sands, it is a test of will and resilience, a dance with fate itself. As they traverse the undulating dunes, the sun begins its descent, casting long shadows that stretch and twist like the fingers of a ghost. Nightfall brings a chilling stillness, and with it, a stark reality. The desert is not merely an expanse of sand. It is a realm inhabited by those who thrive on the misfortunes of others. The travelers, aware of the whispers of danger that ripple through the air, gather around a flickering campfire, their eyes scanning the darkness for signs of life, or perhaps a lurking menace. With the flames crackling and the air thick with the scent of roasted meat, an elder among them recounts tales of travelers who have come before, tales of bandits who strike like lightning, swift and merciless. The stories, though steeped in fear, are woven with a thread of camaraderie, binding the travelers together as they share their hopes and dreams. They speak in hushed tones, their voices barely rising above the crackle of the fire, each word a reminder of the fragile thread that connects them to safety. But as the night deepens, a tension settles over the camp. The travelers, despite their bravado, are acutely aware of the eyes that might be watching from the shadows. The desert is known to be unforgiving, not just in its harshness, but in the dangers that lurk beyond the reach of the firelight. And so, they take turns standing watch, their hearts racing with each rustle of the wind, each distant howl of a coyote, a reminder that danger is always close at hand. In the dead of night, when the world seems to hold its breath, the silence is shattered. A low growl echoes across the dunes, a sound that sends a shiver down the spines of our travelers. From the inky blackness, figures emerge, cloaked in shadows, their faces obscured by the hoods of their robes. Bandits, drawn like moths to a flame, their eyes glinting with malice as they approach. A chill runs through the camp. The travelers scramble to their feet, their instincts kicking in as they reach for their weapons. But it is too late. The bandits, swift and ruthless, descend upon them like a storm, demanding gold, food, and anything of value. The night erupts into chaos, a clash of wills and desperation, the flicker of the campfire illuminating the struggle between light and dark. Yet, in the midst of turmoil, courage ignites. One traveler, a young woman with fierce determination in her eyes, steps forward. With a voice that cuts through the cacophony, she challenges the bandits, her words laced with defiance. "We are not mere prey," she proclaims, "but warriors of our own fate." The bandits, taken aback by her audacity, hesitate, the tide of fear shifting momentarily. In that fleeting moment, the travelers rally together, united by a shared resolve not to be victims. They form a barricade of bodies, their hearts pounding in sync as they stand tall against the encroaching darkness. The bandits, sensing the shift in energy, falter, their bravado cracking like the brittle desert surface beneath their feet. And in that instant, the travelers seize their chance, fighting back with a ferocity born from the very essence of survival. The struggle is fierce, yet the travelers, driven by their hopes and dreams, find strength in unity. They push back against the bandits, reclaiming their power. And as dawn breaks on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, the bandits retreat, their figures swallowed by the desert's embrace. With the first light of day, the travelers stand amidst the remnants of their battle, exhausted but victorious. They gather their belongings, their spirits lifted by the triumph of their shared struggle. The desert, once a place of fear, transforms into a canvas of possibilities as they set forth once more, emboldened by the knowledge that together they can withstand any storm. As they journey deeper into the desert, the landscape begins to shift. The endless sands give way to rocky outcrops, and the air grows cooler, infused with the scent of pine and earth. The mountains rise before them, majestic and imposing, their peaks shrouded in a veil of clouds. This is a land of breathtaking beauty, but it is also a realm of peril, where nature herself presents challenges that test the very limits of human endurance. The travelers, weary yet undeterred, begin their ascent into the mountains. Each step is a reminder of their vulnerability as the ground beneath their feet shifts and crumbles. The path narrows, winding precariously along cliffs that drop into oblivion. But with each heartbeat, they are reminded of their purpose, their dreams calling them onward, urging them to embrace the journey, no matter the cost. They encounter fierce winds that whip around them like a wild beast, threatening to knock them off balance. The air thins, making each breath a labor, but they press on, driven by the hope of reaching the summit. As they climb higher, the beauty of the world below unfolds, valleys stretching out like patches of a quilt, each square a reminder of the journey that has brought them here. Yet, the mountains, much like the desert, hold their own secrets. The travelers soon find themselves in the midst of a raging storm, dark clouds swirling overhead, lightning streaking across the sky like angry serpents. The winds howl, and the once familiar path disappears beneath a blanket of snow. Fear grips their hearts, but they refuse to succumb. Instead, they huddle together, seeking warmth and comfort in each other's presence. Through the storm, they share stories, laughter and dreams, weaving a tapestry of resilience that binds them together. The mountains may roar, but their spirits remain unbroken. As the tempest rages, they find solace in the knowledge that they are not alone, that together they can weather any storm. As dawn breaks once more, the storm passes, leaving behind a world transformed. The mountains glisten with fresh snow, the air crisp and invigorating. The travelers, weary but unyielding, rise to continue their ascent, fueled by the trials they have faced. Each step forward is a testament to their strength, a reminder that the journey is as much about the destination as it is about the challenges faced along the way. And so, as they stand at the summit, gazing out at the breathtaking panorama before them, they understand that the perils of the road, the bandits, the deserts and the mountains, are not merely obstacles to be overcome. They are integral parts of their story, shaping them, forging bonds and inspiring courage. In the end, the greatest treasure lies not in the riches they sought, but in the friendships formed, the fears faced, and the resilience discovered. The road may be fraught with danger, but it is the journey with all its trials and triumphs that truly enriches the soul. And as they descend the mountain, hearts full and spirits soaring, they know that every peril faced has brought them closer to who they are meant to be. In their hearts, the road lives on, a winding path of adventure, forever calling them back to its embrace. In the heart of Central Asia, where the vastness of the steppes meets the rugged mountains and the fertile valleys, there once flourished a people whose legacy echoed through the ages. The Sogdians, a vibrant merchant culture, were the lifeblood of the Silk Road, connecting the East with the West, weaving together a tapestry of trade, culture, and ideas. But as the tides of history shift, so too did the fortunes of these remarkable traders. Join me as we embark on a journey through time, exploring the rise and eventual decline of the Sogdians, a story of resilience, adaptation, and the inexorable changes brought about by the shifting trade routes. The Sogdians hailed from a region that spanned parts of modern-day Uzbekistan and Tajikistan. Their cities, like Samarkand and Bukhara, rose as beacons of commerce and cultural exchange, bustling with merchants, artisans, and scholars. The Sogdians were not merely traders, they were cultural intermediaries, blending the rich traditions of the East and West, serving as the very threads that connected distant lands. Their language, Sogdian, became the lingua franca of the Silk Road, a testament to their pivotal role in the ancient world. Picture a marketplace in ancient Samarkand, where the air is thick with the aromas of exotic spices. Merchants display silks that shimmer in the sunlight, while the vibrant colors of Persian carpets draw the eye. Traders from the Roman Empire haggle alongside Chinese silk weavers, while Buddhist monks exchange ideas with Zoroastrian priests. In this melting pot of cultures, the Sogdians thrived, becoming not just merchants, but also diplomats and cultural ambassadors. Yet, as the Sogdians built their empires of trade, the world around them began to change. The rise of new powers, shifting alliances, and changing trade routes would soon pose challenges that even the most resourceful of merchants could not foresee. The winds of change began to blow across the Silk Road, altering the very landscape of trade and commerce. The first whispers of decline began to surface in the 8th century when the Arab Empire expanded its reach, sweeping across Central Asia. The Sogdians, once the undisputed masters of trade, found themselves navigating a new political landscape. The Arab conquests disrupted traditional trade routes, and as new powers emerged, the Sogdians faced fierce competition. No longer was the Silk Road solely in their hands. It had transformed into a battleground for competing interests. In the bustling bazaars of their cities, the Sogdians felt the tremors of this change. The once thriving trade networks began to fray, and the very foundations of their economy began to crack. The Sogdians, ever resilient, attempted to adapt. They embraced the new order, converting to Islam and aligning themselves with the burgeoning Arab traders. They sought to maintain their relevance, but the challenges were daunting. As the center of trade began to shift westward, the Sogdians were left scrambling to redefine their place in a rapidly evolving world. Imagine a caravan laden with precious goods, journeying across the arid deserts, guided by the stars. The Sogdian merchants, skilled in navigation and trade, once led these caravans, but now they found themselves overshadowed by the new wave of Arab and Persian merchants. The allure of the Silk Road was still strong, but the Sogdians were no longer the sole gatekeepers of its treasures. Their influence waned, and their vibrant cities began to lose their luster. As the 9th century dawned, the Sogdians faced yet another formidable challenge: the rise of the Turks, who swept through Central Asia like a storm, further disrupted the fragile balance of power. The Sogdians, once at the heart of a thriving trade network, found themselves increasingly marginalized. The Turkish nomads, with their fierce warrior culture and expanding territories, altered the very fabric of the region. The Silk Road, once a route of cultural exchange, now became a perilous journey fraught with danger. In the face of these challenges, the Sogdians continued to adapt. They became intermediaries in a changing world, facilitating trade between the Turks and the Arabs. They learned to navigate the complexities of new alliances, but with each passing year, their autonomy diminished. Their cities, once vibrant centers of commerce, began to fall into decline. The cultural exchange that had once flourished in Samarkand and Bukhara was now overshadowed by the encroaching powers of their rivals. By the 10th century, the decline of the Sogdians was evident. Their language, once the lingua franca of the Silk Road, began to fade as Persian and Arabic gained prominence. The rich cultural tapestry they had woven started to unravel, and their cities, once bustling with life, became mere shadows of their former selves. The Sogdians, who had once stood at the crossroads of civilizations, found themselves at the periphery of a world that had moved on. Yet, in this tale of decline, there are glimmers of resilience. The Sogdians, though marginalized, continued to influence the cultures around them. Their artistic traditions, their craftsmanship, and their entrepreneurial spirit left an indelible mark on the regions they once dominated. Even as their cities fell silent, the legacy of the Sogdians endured, woven into the fabric of the cultures that succeeded them. In the end, the decline of the Sogdians serves as a poignant reminder of the impermanence of power and the ever-shifting nature of trade. Their story is not merely one of loss, but of adaptation and transformation in the face of adversity. The Sogdians may have faded from the forefront of history, but their contributions to the Silk Road and the rich tapestry of cultural exchange remain etched in time. As we reflect on the rise and fall of the Sogdians, we understand that trade is not just about goods exchanged, it is about the ideas, cultures, and connections that bind humanity together. The Silk Road may have shifted, but its spirit endures, reminding us that even in decline, there is beauty in resilience and the promise of new beginnings. The Sogdians may have faced the inevitable tide of change, but their legacy continues to inspire, echoing through the corridors of history as a testament to human ingenuity and the eternal quest for connection. In the heart of Central Asia, where the vast steppes meet the jagged peaks of the Tian Shan Mountains, a profound transformation began to sweep across the land, a transformation fueled by faith. This is the story of how Islam, a religion that originated in the deserts of Arabia, took root in the fertile valleys and bustling trade routes of Central Asia, reshaping the lives of its people and the very fabric of their society. As we journey back in time, we find ourselves in the midst of a vibrant tapestry woven with diverse cultures and beliefs. The 7th century marked a pivotal moment in this land as the winds of change began to blow. Nomadic tribes roamed the steppes, while settled communities thrived along the Silk Road, the ancient trade route that connected east and west. It was here, amidst the exchanges of goods and ideas, that the seeds of a new faith would soon be sown. Imagine the scene. Merchants from distant lands, their camels laden with silk, spices and precious stones, gathered in bustling markets. They shared stories, exchanged knowledge, and most importantly, spoke of a new prophet named Muhammad, whose teachings were spreading like wildfire across the Arabian Peninsula. As these tales reached the ears of the people in Central Asia, curiosity sparked a profound interest in this faith that promised a sense of community, purpose, and divine guidance. Initially, the response to Islam was a mixture of intrigue and skepticism. For the nomadic tribes, the idea of one God was a departure from their ancestral traditions, where the spirits of the mountains and rivers held sway. Yet, as they engaged with Muslim traders and scholars, they began to see the beauty of this new faith. It offered not only a spiritual connection, but also a framework for justice, charity, and social responsibility, values that resonated deeply with their own customs. In the cities that blossomed along the Silk Road, Islam found fertile ground. In Samarkand and Bukhara, magnificent mosques began to rise, their minarets reaching for the heavens, calling the faithful to prayer. Scholars flocked to these vibrant centers of learning, where the teachings of the Quran were studied and debated. The exchange of ideas flourished, giving birth to a golden age of science, philosophy, and art. The influence of Islam began to seep into the very bones of Central Asian culture, blending seamlessly with the existing traditions. But this transformation was not without its challenges. The arrival of Islam brought with it the complexities of identity and belonging. For many, embracing a new faith meant reconciling it with their ancestral beliefs. There were those who resisted the change, clinging tightly to the traditions of their forefathers. Yet, the allure of Islam was undeniable. It offered a sense of unity that transcended tribal boundaries, fostering a shared identity among the diverse peoples of Central Asia. As the centuries unfolded, the spread of Islam was intimately tied to the rise and fall of empires. The Samanid Empire, which emerged in the 9th century, played a crucial role in the propagation of the faith. Under the patronage of the Samanid rulers, the region experienced a cultural renaissance. Scholars like al-Bukhari, who dedicated his life to compiling the sayings of the Prophet Muhammad, and Avicenna, whose works in medicine and philosophy would lay the groundwork for future generations, emerged from this fertile ground. The Samanids recognized the power of Islam to unify their diverse subjects, and they promoted its teachings as a means of establishing social cohesion. Yet it was not only the ruling elite who embraced this faith, it permeated the lives of ordinary people. In villages and towns across the region, the call to prayer echoed through the valleys, inviting all to gather in worship. The communal aspects of Islamic practices, prayer, fasting, and charity, brought communities together, fostering bonds of solidarity and mutual support. The rich rituals of Islamic life became interwoven with local customs, creating a unique expression of faith that was distinctly Central Asian. As we delve deeper into this narrative, we come to understand the role of Sufism, the mystical dimension of Islam, which captivated the hearts of many in Central Asia. Sufi poets and mystics traveled the land, preaching love, tolerance, and the pursuit of spiritual truth. Their teachings resonated with the people, offering a path that transcended the rigidities of religious orthodoxy. It was through the Sufi orders that the message of Islam was often conveyed in a way that felt accessible and deeply personal, allowing individuals to forge their own connections with the divine. One such figure was Khwaja Ahmad Yasavi, a revered Sufi saint whose tomb in Turkestan became a pilgrimage site for thousands. His teachings emphasized the importance of kindness, humility, and devotion, drawing people from varied backgrounds into a shared spiritual journey. The legacy of Yasavi and other Sufi masters left an indelible mark on Central Asian culture, infusing its poetry, music, and art with themes of love and mysticism. As we move into the 13th century, the narrative takes a dramatic turn with the arrival of the Mongols. The conquests of Genghis Khan and his descendants sent shockwaves through Central Asia, disrupting established societies and altering the course of history. Yet, even amidst the chaos and destruction, Islam continued to endure. The Mongols, initially seen as barbaric invaders, eventually began to adopt the very faith they had sought to conquer. Figures like Batu Khan, who ruled over the Golden Horde, embraced Islam, further embedding the religion into the fabric of Central Asian identity. The dance between Islam and the peoples of Central Asia is one of resilience and adaptation. As the centuries rolled on, the region faced numerous challenges: political upheavals, invasions, and the rise of new powers. Yet through it all, Islam provided a sense of continuity and stability, a guiding light in times of uncertainty. In the modern era, as Central Asia emerged from the shadows of the Soviet Union, the revival of Islam took on a new significance. People began to reclaim their religious heritage, seeking to reconnect with the faith that had shaped their ancestors' lives. Mosques were rebuilt and religious schools were established, fostering a renewed sense of community and identity. Today, the story of Islam in Central Asia is one of complexity and contradiction, a narrative that reflects the region's rich history and diverse cultures. It is a testament to the power of faith to transform lives, to unite people across divisions, and to inspire a collective journey toward understanding and harmony. As we conclude our exploration of Chapter 21, Islam and Transformation, the New Faith in Central Asia, we are left with a profound appreciation for the enduring spirit of the people of this remarkable region. Their journey, marked by trials and triumphs, continues to shape the landscape of faith and culture in ways that resonate deeply with us all. In every prayer, every gathering, and every act of kindness, the legacy of Islam lives on, a testament to the transformative power of belief in the human experience. In the heart of Central Asia, nestled along the ancient Silk Road, lay the illustrious city of Samarkand. For centuries, this vibrant hub pulsated with the rhythms of commerce, culture, and conquest. Merchants from distant lands gathered, their voices mingling in a cacophony of languages as they traded silks, spices, and precious stones. Samarkand was not merely a city, It was a testament to the dreams and ambitions of those who dared to seek fortune and fame. But as the tides of history ebbed and flowed, the very foundations of this merchant power would tremble, leading to its eventual fall. Our story begins during the golden age of Samarkand, a time when the city was under the rule of the illustrious Timur, also known as Tamerlane. Born into a modest family, Timur rose from humble beginnings to become one of history's most formidable conquerors. His ambition knew no bounds, and under his reign, Samarkand transformed into a dazzling jewel of the East. The splendor of its architecture, the brilliance of its scholars, and the wealth of its merchants became legendary. The great Timur envisioned Samarkand as the heart of his empire. He poured his resources into its development, erecting grand mosques, majestic madrasas, and towering fortress walls. The Registan, a masterpiece of Islamic architecture, became the beating heart of the city, where students and scholars congregated to exchange ideas and knowledge. The vibrant bazaars filled with the aromas of saffron and cardamom were a feast for the senses, drawing traders from Persia, India, and beyond. But beneath this gilded surface lay the seeds of decline. The very ambitions that elevated Samarkand to greatness also sowed discontent among its people. As Timur waged relentless campaigns to expand his empire, the toll on the city's resources grew heavier. The once thriving merchant class, who had flourished in a time of peace, began to feel the weight of war's burdens. They watched helplessly as their caravans were disrupted, their trade routes threatened, and their livelihoods diminished. As the years passed, the once unbreakable spirit of Samarkand began to wane. After Timur's death in 1405, a power vacuum emerged, and the city struggled to maintain its prominence. The ambitious successors found themselves embroiled in conflicts, both with each other and external forces. The vibrant city that had once been a beacon of prosperity now faced the harsh realities of political fragmentation. As the turmoil unfolded, a new force loomed on the horizon: the Uzbeks. Led by the formidable ruler, Muhammad Shaybani Khan, the Uzbeks sought not only to expand their own territories, but also to lay claim to the riches of Samarkand. With each passing year, their presence grew stronger, and the city found itself on the precipice of invasion. The year was 1500, and the air was thick with tension. The merchants, once proud of their wares and wealth, now looked over their shoulders with a mixture of fear and uncertainty. The bazaars, once alive with laughter and bargaining, grew quieter as whispers of impending doom traveled through the streets. In this atmosphere of dread, the heart of Samarkand began to falter. The Uzbeks launched their assault with a ferocity that left the defenders stunned. The city's walls, which had withstood the tests of time, now trembled under the weight of cannon fire and the relentless advance of Shaybani Khan's forces. In a desperate bid to protect their home, the merchants and citizens of Samarkand took up arms, fighting valiantly to defend their city. But their courage was no match for the well-organized and ruthless Uzbek army. As the sun dipped below the horizon on that fateful day, the clash of steel and the cries of battle echoed through the streets. The vibrant colors of Samarkand, once a tapestry of life and culture, faded into a grim palette of destruction and despair. The Uzbeks breached the city's defenses, and the fall of Samarkand was imminent. Once inside, Shaybani Khan's forces unleashed chaos upon the city. The grandeur of its architecture was marred by flames, and the bazaars, once teeming with life, lay silent under the weight of devastation. The merchants, stripped of their wealth and dreams, became refugees in their own city, their livelihoods shattered. The great tapestries that had adorned the walls of palaces were torn down, their colors mingling with the dust of despair. As Samarkand fell, so too did the heart of the Silk Road. The intricate web of trade routes that had once connected east and west began to unravel. The merchants, who had once traveled across continents, now found themselves stranded, their paths blocked by the tumult of war and conquest. The bustling caravans that had carried spices and silks through the deserts now stood still, their camels grazing in fields that had turned to battlefields. In the aftermath of destruction, Samarkand would never regain its former glory. The Uzbeks established their dominance, but the vibrancy that had once defined the city faded into memory. The merchants who had once thrived in this melting pot of cultures found themselves scattered, their stories lost to time. What remained was a haunting silence, a reminder of what had been and what could never be again. Yet even in its ruin, Samarkand held the whispers of its past. Scholars and poets spoke of a time when the city had been a beacon of knowledge and culture. The tales of its grandeur echoed through the ages, inspiring those who would come after. From the ashes of its fall, new generations would rise, carrying with them the legacy of a city that had once been a powerful merchant stronghold. As the sands of time shifted, Samarkand transformed once again. It became a place of pilgrimage, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The stories of its merchants and the lessons of its fall served as a reminder that even the mightiest of empires could crumble, but the spirit of a people could endure. Today, as we walk through the streets of modern Samarkand, we can still feel the echoes of its illustrious past. The Registan, though weathered, stands proud, a symbol of the city's history. The bazaars, now bustling once more, remind us that while the fall of a merchant power can be swift and unforgiving, the heart of a city beats on, resilient and enduring. In the end, the fall of Samarkand teaches us that the rise and decline of great civilizations are intrinsically woven into the fabric of human experience. It is a reminder that every city, every culture, is a tapestry of triumphs and tragedies, and even in the face of destruction, the legacy of its people can inspire hope for generations to come. In the heart of East Asia, nestled between mountains and rivers, lies a land that has seen the rise and fall of dynasties, a place where history is etched into the very fabric of its culture. This is China, a nation with a legacy that stretches back thousands of years. But today, we delve into a specific chapter, a chapter that shines with the brilliance of creativity, innovation and cultural richness, the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty, which reigned from 618 to 907 AD, is often regarded as a golden age in Chinese history. It was a time when the arts flourished, trade routes expanded, and the very essence of Chinese civilization evolved and blossomed. Yet it was not merely a period of political power. It was a vibrant tapestry woven from threads of diverse cultures, ideas, and influences. As we explore this remarkable era, we will uncover the legacy of the Tang court and its far-reaching impacts that continue to resonate in modern China and beyond. Imagine a bustling city, the capital of Chang'an, pulsating with life and energy. This metropolis was a melting pot of cultures, where merchants from the Silk Road mingled with scholars, artists, and diplomats from distant lands. The streets were alive with the sounds of laughter, the clattering of hooves on cobblestones, and the scent of spices and incense wafting through the air. This was not just a city, it was the heart of an empire, a symbol of openness and ambition that defined the Tang period. The Tang court was a reflection of this ethos. It was a place where poetry and philosophy danced hand in hand, where the pursuit of knowledge was revered, and where art flourished in ways never seen before. The emperors, particularly Emperor Taizong, understood the power of culture as a unifying force. They patronized poets like Li Bai and Du Fu, whose verses captured the essence of life, love, and loss. Their words transcended time, echoing through the ages, and continue to inspire generations of writers and thinkers. But let us not forget the visual arts that blossomed during this period. The Tang painters, with their exquisite brushwork, captured landscapes that seemed to breathe with life. The intricately crafted pottery, adorned with vibrant glazes, spoke of a people who appreciated beauty in everyday life. The sculptures, often depicting Buddhist themes, reflected a spiritual depth that resonated with the soul of the nation. This artistic legacy is not merely a remnant of history. It is a living tradition that finds its way into contemporary Chinese art. As we delve deeper into the Tang dynasty, we uncover the profound influence of Buddhism which flourished during this time. Monasteries sprang up across the empire, attracting scholars and devotees alike. The Tang court embraced this religion, recognizing its potential to unify the diverse peoples within its borders. Buddhist texts were translated, and art depicting the Buddha and Bodhisattvas became prominent. This spiritual awakening would leave an indelible mark on Chinese culture, influencing everything from literature to architecture. Yet, the Tang dynasty was not without its challenges. Political strife, rebellion, and power struggles cast dark shadows over its brilliant legacy. The Anlushan Rebellion, a catastrophic revolt that began in 755 AD, tested the very foundations of the empire. The Tang court, once a beacon of stability and prosperity, faced the harsh realities of war and upheaval. But even in the face of adversity, the spirit of creativity and resilience endured. The aftermath of the rebellion brought about a period of reflection and transformation, leading to a renewed emphasis on governance and the arts. As the dust settled, the influence of the Tang dynasty began to ripple outward. The cultural exchanges that had flourished during its reign left lasting impressions on neighboring countries. Japan, Korea, and Vietnam were particularly influenced by the Tang's advancements in governance, literature, and art. The Japanese adopted the Chinese writing system, while the architectural styles of the Tang period can still be seen in the temples and pagodas that grace the landscapes of East Asia today. The legacy of the Tang court extended far beyond its borders, shaping the cultural identity of nations across the region. In this vibrant tapestry of history, we must not overlook the role of women in the Tang dynasty. During this period, women enjoyed a level of freedom and influence that was unprecedented for its time. Many women became poets, artists, and even political advisors, leaving their mark on the cultural landscape. Figures like Empress Wu Zetian, the only woman to ever officially hold the title of emperor in Chinese history, broke barriers and reshaped the perceptions of women in power. Her reign challenged societal norms and opened doors for future generations, reminding us that the legacy of the Tang dynasty is not solely written by men. As we journey through the corridors of time, we arrive at the present day, where the legacy of the Tang dynasty is still palpable in modern China. The values of openness, creativity, and cultural exchange continue to resonate within the nation's identity. The revival of traditional arts, the celebration of poetry, and the preservation of historical sites all serve as testaments to the enduring influence of the Tang court. In contemporary society, the spirit of the Tang dynasty is visible in the bustling streets of Beijing, where traditional tea houses coexist with modern cafes, where calligraphy is practiced alongside digital art. The Silk Road, once a pathway for trade, has transformed into a symbol of globalization, as countries around the world connect through commerce and culture. The legacy of the Tang dynasty is not just a chapter in history, it is a living narrative that continues to evolve. As we reflect on the Tang court and its enduring legacy, we understand that history is not a linear path but a vast network of stories, cultures, and influences intertwined. The Tang dynasty, with its artistic brilliance, spiritual depth, and cultural openness, stands as a monument to human creativity and resilience. It reminds us that even in times of turmoil, the human spirit can rise, creating beauty and forging connections that transcend borders. And so, as we conclude our journey through this remarkable chapter of history, let us carry forward the lessons learned from the Tang dynasty. Let us embrace diversity, celebrate creativity, and strive for understanding in a world that often feels divided. For in the legacy of the Tang court, we find not just a reflection of the past, but a guiding light for the future, a testament to the enduring power of culture and the unbreakable bonds that unite us all. In the heart of Central Asia, where the ancient Silk Road wove its tapestry of cultures, a remarkable story lies buried beneath the sands of time. It is a story of voices from the past, captured in letters that have survived the ravages of centuries. These are the Sogdian ancient letters, a testament to a people whose influence once spread across vast territories, connecting East and West in a vibrant exchange of ideas, goods and cultures. The Sogdians, a people of Iranian descent, thrived in the region known as Sogdiana, which encompassed parts of modern-day Uzbekistan and Tajikistan. Their strategic location along the Silk Road made them key players in the bustling trade networks that linked China with the Mediterranean. They were more than mere traders. They were diplomats, artisans, and cultural ambassadors. Their language, Sogdian, became a lingua franca for merchants traveling the Silk Road, bridging diverse cultures in a way that few could. As we delve into the Sogdian ancient letters, we find ourselves stepping into a world where parchment and ink were the lifelines of communication. These letters, written in the Sogdian script, reveal the intimate thoughts and everyday lives of those who lived over a millennium ago. Each letter is a window into the past, offering us glimpses of personal relationships, business transactions, and the complexities of life in a multicultural society. Imagine a bustling marketplace in the vibrant city of Samarkand, where merchants haggle over silk and spices, their voices mingling in a cacophony of languages. In this lively scene, one can almost hear the whispers of the Sogdian traders, their letters in hand, negotiating deals that would have far-reaching consequences. These letters were not merely transactional. They carried the weight of human emotion, reflecting the hopes, fears, and aspirations of their authors. One of the most significant collections of these letters was discovered in the early 20th century in the ancient city of Dunhuang, located at the edge of the Taklamakan Desert in modern-day China. This treasure trove of documents, often referred to as the Dunhuang manuscripts, included a variety of texts, from Buddhist scriptures to administrative records. Among these, the Sogdian letters stood out, illuminating the lives of individuals who navigated the challenges of a dynamic world. As we sift through the words of these letters, we encounter a young merchant named Sogdian. His letters reveal a man caught between two worlds. In one missive, he writes to his family back home, expressing his longing for their presence. He describes the vibrant colors of the markets and the exotic goods that surround him. But beneath the surface, there is a palpable sense of homesickness. "I miss the laughter of my siblings," he writes, "and the aroma of our shared meals." In this simple sentence, we find the universal ache of longing, a sentiment that transcends time and culture. But Sogdian was not alone in his endeavors. His letters also reflect the strong bonds of friendship and trade he forged along his journey. He speaks of a fellow merchant, a man named Ardashir, who became his confidant and partner in business. Their correspondence reveals the intricate web of trust and loyalty that defined their relationship. In one letter, Sogdian expresses his gratitude for Ardashir's support during a particularly difficult transaction. "Your wisdom has guided me through this storm," he writes, "and for that, I am eternally grateful." This passage resonates deeply, for it reminds us that even in the competitive world of commerce, friendship can flourish. Yet the letters also unveil the darker facets of life along the Silk Road. In another correspondence, Sogdian writes about a recent raid on a caravan, a stark reminder of the dangers that accompanied trade. "We lost much that day," he recounts, "but we survived, and for that, we are fortunate." This juxtaposition of hope and despair is a recurring theme in the Sogdian letters, reflecting the resilience of a people who navigated an unpredictable world. As we explore these ancient texts further, we uncover the Sogdians' remarkable adaptability. Their letters reveal a keen awareness of the shifting political landscape surrounding them. They maintained connections not only with fellow Sogdians, but also with Chinese, Indian, and even Greek merchants. This cultural exchange enriched their lives and expanded their horizons. One letter addressed to a merchant in China speaks of a new opportunity for trade. "They say the silk from the south is unparalleled," it notes, "and I wish to be among the first to offer it in Sogdiana." This ambition, rooted in the desire for prosperity, speaks volumes about their enterprising spirit. However, the influence of Sogdiana extended beyond commerce. The letters also hint at the spiritual lives of the Sogdians, who practiced a mix of Zoroastrianism, Buddhism, and Manichaeism. One letter, penned by a Sogdian priest, discusses the importance of maintaining religious practices in a world filled with diverse beliefs. "We must honor our ancestors and keep the flame of our faith alive," he urges. This commitment to spirituality amidst cultural diversity is a testament to the resilience of their identity. As we piece together the fragments of these letters, we begin to understand the Sogdians not merely as traders, but as a people with rich emotional lives, intricate social networks, and a profound connection to the world around them. They were storytellers, weaving their narratives into the fabric of history, leaving behind a legacy that would endure for centuries. The Sogdian ancient letters remind us that history is not simply a series of dates and events. It is the lived experience of individuals who navigated the complexities of their time. Their voices echo through the ages, inviting us to consider the threads that connect us all: love, loss, ambition, and the pursuit of understanding. As we conclude our journey through the Sogdian letters, we are left with more than just a collection of ancient texts. We carry with us the stories of those who once walked the bustling streets of Samarkand and travelled the treacherous paths of the Silk Road. Their letters remind us that the past is not a distant entity, but a living part of our shared human experience. In their words, we find our own voices, resonating across the chasm of time, a reminder that we are all part of this intricate tapestry of life. And as we continue to uncover the layers of history, may we honor the voices from the past, for they speak not only of their time, but of ours as well. In the heart of Central Asia, nestled between the rugged mountains and the sprawling valleys of Tajikistan, lies a remarkable testament to a bygone era. This is the ancient city of Panjikent, a place where the echoes of history whisper through the winds, carrying with them tales of art, culture, and the vibrant life that once thrived here. Among its most treasured remnants are the stunning murals, vivid and alive, that adorn the walls of its archaeological sites. Today, we embark on a journey through time, exploring the murals of Panjikent and the stories they tell. As we approach the ancient ruins, the sun casts a warm golden hue over the landscape, illuminating the crumbling walls that stand in stoic silence. Panjikent, known as the City of Five Villages, was once a bustling hub along the Silk Road, a melting pot of cultures where merchants, travelers and thinkers converged. Founded more than 2,000 years ago, it flourished until the 8th century, with its rich tapestry of life captured in the vibrant colors of its murals. Imagine walking through the narrow streets of this ancient city, where the air is filled with the scent of spices and the sounds of lively conversations. The people of Panjikent were skilled artisans, and their creativity was expressed not only through pottery and textiles, but also through the breathtaking murals that adorned their homes and public spaces. These artworks were more than mere decoration. They were a reflection of their beliefs, their daily lives, and their aspirations. As we step into the archaeological site of Panjikent, we are greeted by the remains of once grand structures, now mere shadows of their former glory. Here, the murals come alive, telling stories of gods and goddesses, of vibrant feasts and elaborate ceremonies. They depict the intertwining of human and divine, offering glimpses into the religious and cultural practices of their time. One of the most striking aspects of the murals is their vivid color palette. Reds, blues, greens and yellows burst forth from the walls, their hues remarkably well preserved despite the passage of centuries. This artistry reflects the influence of various cultures that passed through Panjikent, from Persian to Hellenistic to Indian. The artists who crafted these murals were not confined to a single style. Rather, they drew inspiration from the world around them, weaving together a visual narrative that transcends borders. The themes depicted in the murals are as diverse as the cultures that inspired them. In one scene, we see the celebration of a grand feast, where elegantly dressed figures indulge in sumptuous dishes, surrounded by the laughter and music that fill the air. The attention to detail is astonishing. Every dish, every gesture is captured with meticulous care, transporting us to that moment in time when joy and abundance flourished. But not all scenes are of celebration. The murals also portray the struggles and aspirations of the human spirit. We see depictions of laborers toiling in the fields, their faces etched with determination as they cultivate the land that sustains them. There are scenes of children, innocent and playful, embodying the hope of a brighter future. These murals invite us to reflect on the duality of life, the joy and the sorrow, the celebration and the struggle, reminding us that the human experience is a complex tapestry woven from countless threads. As we delve deeper into the murals, we encounter mythological figures and deities, guardians of the city who watch over the people. One particularly captivating mural features a majestic figure, clad in intricate robes, holding a staff that seems to pulse with energy. This figure represents a deity of fertility and abundance, a reminder of the city's reliance on the land and its blessings. The artists imbued their work with symbolism, creating a spiritual connection that transcends time and space. Interestingly, the murals also provide insights into the daily lives of the people of Panjikent. We can observe scenes of artisans at work, their hands skilled and steady as they create beautiful wares. Each stroke of the brush reveals a narrative of craftsmanship, of dedication to their trade. The artisans were not simply creating objects. They were weaving stories into the fabric of their community, leaving a legacy that would endure long after their hands had stilled. Panjikent was not just a city of artisans, it was a center of learning and philosophy. The murals reflect this intellectual spirit, showcasing scholars engaged in deep discussions, their faces animated with passion and curiosity. It is said that the city was home to great thinkers who exchanged ideas and knowledge, contributing to the rich tapestry of human thought. Through the murals, we can almost hear the echoes of their debates, the fervor with which they sought understanding in a world filled with mystery. As we stand before these ancient walls, we are reminded of the fragility of time. The murals, though beautifully preserved, are vulnerable to the elements that threaten to erode their vibrancy. Yet, even in their weathered state, they continue to speak to us, offering a glimpse into a world that once was. They are a bridge between the past and the present, a reminder of our shared humanity. In the late 20th century, archaeological excavations uncovered these treasures, revealing the hidden stories that lay dormant for centuries. As researchers and historians have worked to piece together the narrative of Panjikent, the murals have become a focal point of their studies. They are not merely artifacts, They are living documents that connect us to the dreams, struggles, and triumphs of those who walked these same streets long ago. Today, as we admire these murals, we are not just spectators. We are witnesses to the resilience of art and culture. The stories captured in these vibrant colors transcend language and time, inviting us to engage with the past in a profound way. They remind us that art has the power to unite us, to inspire us, and to illuminate the shared threads of our existence. As we conclude our journey through the murals of Panjikent, we carry with us the stories of a city that once thrived at the crossroads of cultures. The vivid imagery, the intricate details, and the heartfelt expressions speak of a time when life was rich with meaning and creativity. The murals are more than mere decorations on a wall. They are a testament to the enduring human spirit, a celebration of life in all its forms. So, let us remember Panjikent not just as an archaeological site, but as a living canvas that continues to inspire and connect us across the ages. The murals stand as a reminder that while time may erode the physicality of our world, the stories we tell through art will forever resonate, echoing the beauty and complexity of the human experience. In the vast tapestry of human history, few narratives are as vibrant and complex as that of the diaspora. Across the sprawling expanse of Eurasia, countless communities have embarked on journeys, some seeking refuge, others pursuing opportunity, and many simply following the winding paths of fate. Today, we delve into the rich stories of these diverse populations, tracing their roots and the indelible marks they've left on the cultures they've touched. Imagine, if you will, the bustling streets of Istanbul. Here, where East meets West, echoes of history resound in every corner. The city's essence is a testament to the centuries of migration that have shaped its identity. As we wander through the Grand Bazaar, the air thick with the scent of spices and the sounds of haggling merchants, we can almost hear the whispers of countless diasporas that have made their mark here. From the Byzantine Greeks to the Jewish communities that found refuge in the Ottoman Empire, Istanbul has always been a mosaic of cultures, each adding their unique colors to the canvas of this vibrant city. As we journey eastward, we find ourselves in the heart of Central Asia, where the Silk Road once thrived. This ancient trade route was not just a passage of goods, it was a channel of ideas, cultures, and people. The Uyghurs, for instance, have long been a significant part of this narrative. Originating from the Altai Mountains, they expanded across the region, influencing and being influenced by the diverse cultures they encountered. Their story is one of adaptation and resilience, as they have navigated the challenges of identity and belonging in a rapidly changing world. Today, the Uyghur diaspora is spread across the globe, holding their rich heritage close while weaving new stories in lands far from their ancestral homes. Now, let's turn our gaze northward towards the vast expanses of Siberia. Here, indigenous communities like the Yakuts and Evenks have thrived for millennia, their lives intricately tied to the rhythms of nature. But as modernity encroached upon their lands, many found themselves seeking new opportunities in urban centers across Russia. The Yakut diaspora is a poignant example of this, as young people move to cities like Yakutsk in search of education and employment. Yet, no matter how far they roam, the whispers of their ancestors echo in their hearts, urging them to preserve their unique traditions and languages. As we continue our exploration, we come to the Caucasus region, a crossroads of cultures and a hotbed of migration. The Armenians, with their rich history dating back over 3 millennia, have faced their share of trials. The Armenian genocide of the early 20th century led to one of the most significant diasporas in modern history, scattering communities across the globe, from the bustling neighborhoods of Los Angeles to the vibrant streets of Paris. Yet, despite the distance, the Armenian spirit remains unyielding, with traditions being passed down through generations and the longing for a homeland persisting like an unquenchable flame. And what of the Jewish diaspora? Spanning centuries and continents, the Jewish experience is one of survival and adaptation. From the expulsion from Spain in 1492 to the harrowing tales of the Holocaust, Jewish communities have continually rebuilt and redefined themselves. In cities like Berlin, where a thriving Jewish community once flourished before the dark clouds of World War II, there is now a resurgence. Young Jews are reclaiming their heritage, creating vibrant cultural spaces that celebrate their identity while engaging with the broader society. Each story, each experience, adds another layer to the rich mosaic of the Jewish diaspora. As we venture further west, we arrive in the heart of Europe, where the Roma people have journeyed for centuries. Often misunderstood and marginalized, the Roma have traveled across borders and boundaries, carrying with them a rich tapestry of music, art, and culture. Their struggles for acceptance and recognition remain poignant today as they navigate the complexities of identity in an often unwelcoming world. Yet, through their music and traditions, the Roma continue to share their stories, reminding us of the beauty of diversity and the importance of community. In the shadows of the majestic Himalayas, we find another vibrant community, the Tibetan diaspora. Following the Chinese invasion in 1950, thousands of Tibetans fled their homeland, seeking refuge in India and beyond. The stories of the exiled monks and lay people are imbued with a sense of determination and hope. In cities like Dharamshala, the heart of the Tibetan government in exile, the spirit of Tibetan culture thrives. Here, the teachings of the Dalai Lama resonate, promoting messages of compassion and understanding. The Tibetan diaspora stands as a testament to resilience, with each individual contributing to a narrative that transcends borders and defies adversity. As we traverse the landscapes of Eurasia, we cannot overlook the stories of the Chinese diaspora. From the bustling Chinatowns in San Francisco and New York to the far reaches of Southeast Asia, the Chinese have established vibrant communities around the world. Each migration wave, be it for trade, labor, or political refuge, has added new dimensions to the Chinese narrative. These communities serve as bridges, connecting their ancestral culture to the places they now call home. Festivals of lanterns and dragon dances fill the streets, reminding us of the rich heritage that thrives even in foreign lands. Finally, we arrive at the shores of the Mediterranean. Here, the waves have carried countless communities throughout history, each leaving their mark on the cultures they encountered. The diaspora of the Greeks, for instance, is a story of resilience and pride. After the fall of Constantinople and the subsequent migrations, Greek communities established themselves across the globe, from the bustling cities of Australia to the shores of America. Their contributions to art, philosophy, and cuisine continue to enrich the societies they inhabit, weaving their legacy into the broader narrative of humanity. As we reflect on the journeys of these diverse communities across Eurasia, we are reminded that the diaspora is not merely a tale of displacement. It is a story of survival, adaptability, and the unyielding human spirit. Each individual carries with them the weight of their history, yet also the hope for a brighter future. In a world that often seeks to divide, the stories of these diasporas remind us of our shared humanity, urging us to celebrate the beauty of diversity and the connections that bind us all. In the end, the diaspora is a living testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a reminder that no matter where we go, we carry our stories with us, weaving them into the fabric of our new homes, enriching the world with the colors of our heritage. As we navigate our own journeys, let us honor these stories, for in them lies the essence of who we are and who we might yet become. In the vast expanse of Central Asia, where the winds whisper tales of ancient civilizations, there lies a story of remarkable resilience and transformation. A story etched in the sands of time. Welcome to the world of the Sogdian warriors, a people who transitioned from traders to soldiers, leaving an indelible mark on history. Imagine, if you will, the bustling marketplaces of Samarkand and Bukhara, two vibrant cities that served as the beating heart of the Silk Road. Here, merchants from distant lands converged, their stalls overflowing with silks from China, spices from India, and precious stones from Persia. The air was thick with the scent of exotic goods and the sounds of lively bargaining. Among these traders, the Sogdians stood out, not just for their wares, but for their unparalleled ability to navigate the complex web of commerce that spanned continents. The Sogdians were not merely traders, they were cultural ambassadors, weaving together the diverse threads of the East and West. With their keen minds, they learned languages, customs, and the intricacies of various cultures. They understood that trade was more than just an exchange of goods. It was a bridge, a connection between people. The Sogdians mastered this art, creating networks that spanned thousands of miles, fostering relationships that would last generations. But the history of the Sogdians was not solely defined by their commercial prowess. As the winds of change swept through the region, bringing with them the tides of war, the Sogdians found themselves at a crossroads. The very lands they had once traversed as traders were now battlegrounds, and the peaceful exchanges of the marketplace were overshadowed by the clanging of swords and the cries of conflict. As the armies of great empires clashed, be it the formidable Roman legions, the fierce Huns, or the rising might of the Tang dynasty, the Sogdians began to recognize a new calling. The art of trade was no longer sufficient to ensure their survival. They needed to adapt. They were a people forged in the crucible of commerce, but now they would become warriors, taking up arms to protect their homes and their way of life. The transformation from trader to soldier was not an easy one. It demanded courage, resilience, and a willingness to embrace the unknown. Yet the Sogdians possessed a spirit that was unyielding. They donned armor and wielded weapons, their sharp minds now harnessed for strategy and combat. Their intimate knowledge of the land, its valleys, mountains, and rivers, became invaluable as they learned to maneuver through the rugged terrain with the same agility they had once employed in navigating trade routes. As they embraced their new roles, the Sogdian warriors began to distinguish themselves on the battlefield. Their tactical ingenuity became legendary. They employed guerrilla warfare tactics, striking swiftly and retreating into the shadows before their enemies could respond. Their ability to adapt and innovate in the heat of battle earned them respect and admiration, not just from their own people, but from rival forces as well. Among these warriors was a particularly intriguing figure, Zarath, a young Sogdian whose journey epitomized the evolution of his people. Born into a family of traders, Zarath grew up surrounded by the rich tapestry of cultures that flowed through the Silk Road. He learned the art of negotiation from his father, who often spoke of the importance of diplomacy. Yet, as whispers of war echoed through the valleys, Zarath felt a stirring within him, a call to defend not just his family, but the very essence of Sogdian identity. When the first skirmishes erupted near his hometown, Zarath did not hesitate. He joined a band of warriors, a ragtag group of men who had once been merchants, artisans, and farmers. Together they trained, learning the ways of the sword and the rhythms of battle. As they fought side by side, bonds were forged in the flames of conflict, turning strangers into brothers, each man united by a common cause. Zarath's first taste of battle came when their village was threatened by a marauding army. The night before the confrontation, he lay awake, the weight of uncertainty pressing heavily on his chest. His mind raced with thoughts of his family, the marketplace, and the vibrant life he had known. But deep down, he understood that this was no longer just about trade. It was about survival, about preserving the legacy of his people. When dawn broke, the air was thick with tension. Zarath and his comrades stood at the ready, hearts pounding in unison. The clash of metal rang out as they charged into battle, their spirits ignited by the desire to defend their homeland. In the chaos, Zarath fought with a fierceness he never knew he possessed. The thrill of combat surged through him, and with each swing of his sword, he felt a deep connection to the generations of Sogdian warriors who had come before him. The battle was fierce, and though their numbers were fewer, the Sogdian warriors leveraged their knowledge of the land, using the terrain to their advantage. They moved like shadows, striking the enemy with precision, retreating into the landscape when the odds turned against them. It was a dance of survival, and Zarath found himself in the midst of it, embodying the very essence of what it meant to be a Sogdian warrior. As the dust settled and the echoes of battle faded into silence, Zarath emerged with his brothers, their faces marked by both exhaustion and exhilaration. They had defended their village, but the fight was far from over. News of their victory spread like wildfire, igniting a sense of pride and resilience among the Sogdian people. They were no longer just traders. They were warriors, defenders of a legacy that spanned centuries. The Sogdian warriors continued to evolve, adapting to the ever-changing landscape of conflict. They became renowned not only for their combat skills, but also for their ability to broker peace. In the aftermath of battles, they often found themselves in the role of negotiators, using their cultural acumen to forge alliances and resolve conflicts. Their dual identity as both traders and warriors made them invaluable assets on the geopolitical stage. As the years rolled on, the Sogdians carved out a unique niche for themselves in the annals of history. They became the linchpins of the Silk Road, their influence felt in the marketplaces of distant lands. Yet, amidst their commercial success, they never forgot the lessons learned on the battlefield. The warrior spirit remained alive within them, a testament to their resilience and adaptability. In the tapestry of history, the Sogdian warriors stand as a powerful reminder of the human capacity for transformation. They were a people who refused to be defined by their circumstances, who embraced change with open arms. From traders to soldiers, their journey is a tribute to the spirit of perseverance that lies within us all. As we reflect on the legacy of the Sogdian warriors, we are reminded that history is not merely a series of events. It is a living narrative, shaped by the choices of individuals who dare to dream, to fight, and to adapt. The Sogdians, with their rich heritage, remind us that in the face of adversity, we can all find the strength to rise, to protect what we hold dear, and to leave our mark on the world. In the quiet corners of our world, history often whispers tales long forgotten, buried beneath the sands of time, waiting patiently for a voice to breathe life back into their stories. This is the narrative of From Forgotten to Remembered, rediscovery by historians. Join us on this journey through time, where we unravel the threads of lost histories, weaving them back into the fabric of our understanding. Imagine a world where knowledge is akin to an ancient forest, dense with foliage, where the light of understanding barely penetrates the canopy. Within this forest lie countless stories, their roots entwined with the lives of those who came before us. Some tales have faded into obscurity, overshadowed by the grand narratives of empires and revolutions. Yet, like persistent wildflowers blooming through cracks in the pavement, these forgotten histories beckon to be uncovered. One such tale begins in the heart of Europe, in an unassuming village nestled between rolling hills. Here, an amateur historian stumbled upon a dusty tome in the attic of a crumbling estate. The book, yellowed with age, told the story of a local hero, a woman named Ilara, who had played a pivotal role in a forgotten battle during the tumultuous years of the 17th century. Her bravery had been lost to time, overshadowed by the glories of male counterparts, and yet her contributions were instrumental in shaping the village's identity. As the historian delved deeper, he uncovered letters, diaries, and artifacts that painted a vivid portrait of Ilara's life. With each discovery, a new layer of her story emerged, revealing her struggles, her triumphs, and her indomitable spirit. The historian's excitement grew as he realized that he was not just rediscovering a forgotten hero. He was breathing life into an entire community's past, reigniting a sense of pride in their heritage. This rediscovery didn't just stop at Ilara. It sparked a movement within the village, inspiring locals to share their own stories, to sift through their attics and basements, to unearth the memories of their ancestors. In a matter of months, the village transformed from a quiet, forgotten corner of history into a vibrant tapestry of narratives, each thread contributing to a collective identity. This phenomenon is not isolated. It reverberates across the globe, echoing in the hearts of historians and everyday people alike. Travel with us now to the deserts of North Africa, where vast sands conceal the remnants of an ancient civilization. For centuries, the stories of the Berbers, the indigenous people of this region, were overshadowed by the glimmering tales of empires that rose and fell. However, the relentless pursuit of knowledge by historians has unearthed a wealth of information about the Berbers, their rich culture, and their contributions to art, architecture, and trade. In the bustling streets of Marrakesh, a historian dedicated her life to documenting the oral traditions of the Berber people. Through tireless interviews, she collected legends passed down through generations, each tale a fragment of a larger mosaic. These stories spoke of resilience, of a people who adapted and thrived in the harshest of landscapes. As she shared her findings, the Berber culture began to reclaim its place in history, no longer merely a footnote in the annals of time. Rediscovery is not limited to individuals or small communities. It extends to entire civilizations. Consider the ancient Maya, whose intricate calendars and architectural wonders continue to astound us. For years, their history was shrouded in mystery, often misrepresented or overlooked. But with the rise of dedicated archaeologists and historians, the Maya have emerged from the shadows. Their complex society, advanced knowledge of astronomy, and vibrant rituals have begun to capture the imagination of the world once more. In the dense jungles of Central America, a team of archaeologists meticulously excavated a site believed to be a ceremonial center. As they brushed away the layers of dirt, they uncovered not just artifacts, but stories of a civilization that had flourished, faced challenges, and ultimately transformed. Each shard of pottery, each carved stone told a story of daily life, of beliefs, and of a world that once thrived. In their quest for knowledge, these historians brought the Maya back into the public consciousness, allowing us to appreciate their contributions to humanity. Yet the journey of rediscovery is not without its challenges. Historians often face skepticism, resistance, and the weight of prevailing narratives that have long held sway. The stories of marginalized communities, the forgotten voices, are often met with disbelief or indifference. However, with persistence and passion, many historians have managed to pierce the veil of ignorance, shedding light on the rich tapestry of human experience that has been woven over millennia. In the bustling archives of universities and museums, a diverse group of historians works tirelessly to challenge the established narratives. They delve into overlooked documents, analyze artifacts, and seek out the voices that history has silenced. Their goal is not merely to rewrite the past, but to create a more inclusive understanding of our shared humanity. They remind us that history is not a singular story, but a multitude of voices, each deserving of recognition. Amidst this resurgence of interest in forgotten histories, we must also acknowledge the role of technology. In our digital age, the power to share and disseminate knowledge has transformed the landscape of historical inquiry. Online platforms allow historians to reach global audiences, fostering discussions that transcend borders. Digital archives and databases have made previously inaccessible materials available to anyone with an internet connection, democratizing the study of history. Consider the story of a small community in the American Midwest. where a group of local historians decided to digitize their town's archives. What began as a modest project quickly grew into a vast repository of photographs, letters, and oral histories. This digital treasure trove became a source of pride for the community, allowing them to reconnect with their past and share it with future generations. The town, once forgotten on the map, became a beacon of history, attracting visitors eager to learn about its rich heritage. As we reflect on these stories of rediscovery, we realize that history is not merely a collection of dates and events. It is the very essence of who we are. It shapes our identities, informs our beliefs, and influences our actions. The forgotten tales of the past are not just relics, they are living narratives that continue to impact our present and guide our future. In the end, the journey from forgotten to remembered is a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. As historians diligently work to unearth the hidden stories of our world, they illuminate the rich tapestry of human experience, reminding us that every voice matters and every story deserves to be told. From the dusty tomes in forgotten attics to the vibrant oral traditions of indigenous cultures, the act of rediscovery is a celebration of our shared humanity. So, let us honor the historians, the storytellers, and the custodians of our collective memory. Let us embrace the forgotten tales, for within them lies the wisdom of ages past, guiding us as we navigate the complexities of our world today. In this symphony of voices, may we find harmony, understanding, and a renewed appreciation for the intricate mosaic of history that shapes our lives. And as we journey forward, let us remember, every story, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, is a thread in the grand tapestry of human existence, waiting to be woven back into the fabric of our shared heritage. In the vast tapestry of human history, few threads are as rich and vibrant as that of the Silk Road. A network of trade routes that connected the East to the West, it was not merely a conduit for goods, it was a bridge for cultures, ideas, and innovations. Among the many civilizations that flourished along these routes, the Sogdians stand out, a people whose legacy continues to resonate today, echoing through the valleys of Central Asia and beyond. Imagine, if you will, the bustling markets of Samarkand, where merchants from distant lands gather. The aroma of spices wafts through the air, mingling with the sweet scent of dried fruits. Here, in this vibrant crossroads, the Sogdians, with their keen business acumen and cultural adaptability, thrived. They were not just traders, they were storytellers, artists, and diplomats. Their influence stretched from China to the Mediterranean, and their language, Sogdian, became the lingua franca of the Silk Road. Fast forward to the present day, and the echoes of Sogdian culture can still be felt. In the heart of modern Uzbekistan, the remnants of Sogdian heritage rise majestically against the backdrop of a changing world. The ancient city of Bukhara, with its stunning mosques and madrasas, stands as a testament to the enduring spirit of the Sogdian people. Here, the stories of their ancestors linger in the intricate tilework and the grand architecture, inviting visitors to step back in time. As we wander through the narrow streets of Bukhara, we meet a young artist named Dela. He is a weaver, a craftsman who has inherited the traditional art of carpet making from his forebears. With skilled hands, he creates vibrant patterns that reflect the rich history of his ancestors. Dela explains how the motifs he uses, flowers, animals, and geometric shapes, are inspired by the designs found in ancient Sogdian textiles. Each piece he weaves is not just a carpet, it is a story, a way to keep the past alive in the fabric of the present. Dela's passion for his craft is palpable. He shares how the Sogdians were known for their exquisite textiles, which were highly sought after along the trade routes. The vibrant colors and intricate designs were not merely aesthetic. They carried meanings and symbols that connected the Sogdians to their spiritual beliefs and cultural identity. Today, Dala strives to revive these ancient techniques, blending them with contemporary artistry to create something uniquely his own. Yet, the Sogdian legacy is not confined to art alone. In the realm of music, we find another echo of their influence. In a small cafe in Tashkent, a group of musicians gather to play traditional instruments that have been passed down through generations. The sound of the dutar, a two-stringed lute, fills the air, intertwining with the rhythmic beats of the doira, a frame drum. The melodies they produce are infused with the spirit of the Silk Road, complex, diverse, and deeply emotive. Among the musicians is Amina, a talented singer whose voice carries the weight of her ancestors' stories. As she performs, she transports her audience to a time when Sogdian caravans crossed deserts and mountains, bringing with them not only goods, but also tales of adventure and discovery. Each note she sings pays homage to the rich cultural exchange that characterized the Silk Road, a reminder that music transcends borders and unites us all. As we delve deeper into the Sogdian influence, we uncover their remarkable adaptability. The Sogdians were known for their ability to embrace and integrate different cultures, a skill that served them well in their role as intermediaries along the Silk Road. This adaptability is reflected in the cuisine of Central Asia, where flavors from Persia, China, and India converge in a delightful symphony of tastes. In a bustling bazaar, we encounter a chef named Zafar, who has dedicated his life to preserving traditional Sogdian recipes. With a warm smile and a sparkle in his eye, he invites us into his kitchen, where the aroma of plov, a fragrant rice dish, wafts through the air. Zafar explains how this dish, with its roots in the Sogdian culinary tradition, has evolved over centuries, absorbing influences from neighboring cultures while retaining its core identity. As he prepares the ingredients, Zafar recounts stories of the Sogdian feasts held to celebrate trade agreements or mark significant events. Food, he tells us, was more than sustenance. It was a way to forge connections, to build relationships across cultures. Today, as he serves his guests, he continues this tradition, using food as a medium to bridge the past and the present. But the echoes of Sogdian culture are not confined to the borders of Central Asia. They resonate across the globe, as a growing interest in Silk Road history brings attention to the Sogdians' contributions. Scholars and enthusiasts from different backgrounds are delving into the rich tapestry of Sogdian culture, exploring their art, literature, and philosophy. They are uncovering texts that have long been buried in the sands of time, shedding light on the thoughts and beliefs of a people who played a pivotal role in shaping the world. In universities and cultural institutions, researchers are collaborating to preserve and promote Sogdian heritage. Digital archives are being created, allowing people around the world to access ancient manuscripts and artifacts. This revival of interest is not just an academic pursuit, it is a celebration of a shared human history, a recognition that the Sogdians, with their unique blend of cultures and influences, have left an indelible mark on our collective identity. As we reflect on this journey through time, we come to understand that the Sogdian legacy is more than a relic of the past. It is a living, breathing entity that continues to evolve. From the intricate carpets of Dala to the haunting melodies of Amina, from the savory dishes of Zafar to the scholarly explorations of researchers, the echoes of Sogdian culture resonate in myriad forms. In a world that often seems divided, the story of the Sogdians reminds us of the beauty of cultural exchange and the richness that diversity brings. Their ability to connect people across vast distances, to share stories, and to foster understanding serves as a beacon for us all. As we traverse the Silk Road of our own lives, let us carry forward the spirit of the Sogdians, embracing the echoes of the past while forging connections for the future. For as long as there are stories to tell, traditions to uphold, and cultures to celebrate, the legacy of the Sogdians will endure, echoing through the corridors of time. In the quiet corners of history, there lies a tale of forgotten guardians, the merchants of memory. These were not mere traders in commodities, but custodians of stories, keepers of knowledge, and lovers of lore. Their world was rich with the vibrant hues of tradition and the soft whispers of ancestral voices. Yet today, they stand veiled in shadows, their legacies obscured by the relentless march of time. Imagine, if you will, a bustling marketplace in a distant past, alive with the sounds of laughter and chatter. Stalls adorned with colorful fabrics, aromatic spices, and glimmering trinkets beckon passers-by. This was not just a place of commerce, it was a vibrant tapestry woven with the threads of culture, history, and human connection. Here, amidst the clamor, the merchants of memory thrived. These merchants were storytellers, scholars, and artisans. They possessed a rare gift, the ability to weave the past into the present, ensuring that the tales of old continued to resonate through generations. Their memory was not merely a repository of facts. It was a living, breathing entity, a bond that connected the present to the rich tapestry of ancestry. They understood that stories held power, that they could inspire, heal, and unite. Picture a young child, wide-eyed, seated at the feet of a wise elder. The flickering light of a fire dances against their faces as the elder shares tales of bravery and wisdom, of gods and heroes, of the land and its people. These stories were lifelines, anchoring the child to their roots, teaching them about their identity and their place in the world. Through this oral tradition, knowledge was passed down, evolving yet enduring, shaped by the experiences of each storyteller. Yet, as the world changed, so too did the role of these merchants. The advent of the written word heralded a new era, one that promised permanence but also threatened the very essence of memory. The scribes and scholars took center stage, penning down the tales of yore, encapsulating them within the confines of books and scrolls. While this new form of preservation had its merits, it came at a cost. The intimate connection between storyteller and listener began to fray, replaced by the cold distance of ink and parchment. In the age of print, the merchants of memory found themselves at a crossroads. As the written word flourished, the oral traditions began to fade. The vibrant marketplaces that once thrummed with the energy of shared tales grew quieter, replaced by libraries and schools that prioritized the written over the spoken. The rich, textured stories that flowed from the lips of these merchants were now condensed into simplified, sanitized versions, stripped of their nuances, their emotional weight. As cities grew and societies evolved, the need for these merchants diminished. The world became enamored with the speed of information, trading the richness of lived experience for the convenience of quick facts. The rise of technology accelerated this shift, ushering in an age where stories could be accessed at the push of a button. Yet in this pursuit of efficiency, something fundamental was lost: an understanding of the human experience, the essence of what it means to remember and to be remembered. The merchants of memory, once the heartbeat of their communities, began to fade into obscurity. Their art was no longer valued in a world that sought instant gratification. The elders who had once captivated audiences with their tales found fewer and fewer listeners, their voices drowned out by the cacophony of modern life. The stories that bound communities together began to slip through the cracks, relegated to the realm of nostalgia, remembered only by a few who still cherished the past. But why did the world forget them? Perhaps it was a collective yearning for progress, a misguided belief that the new could replace the old. Perhaps it was the relentless pace of modernity which left little room for the slow, deliberate act of storytelling. Or perhaps it was simply a matter of survival in a world that valued speed and efficiency over depth and connection. Yet, in the shadows of society, the spirit of the merchants of memory lingers, waiting to be awakened. Across the globe, there are pockets of resistance where the art of storytelling is being revived. In villages, around campfires, and in small gatherings, people are beginning to realize the power of shared narratives. They are reclaiming the stories of their ancestors, breathing life back into the ancient traditions that once defined them. In these moments, we see the profound truth that memory is not a solitary act. It is a communal experience. The act of sharing stories fosters connection, empathy, and understanding. It bridges divides, transcending geographical and cultural boundaries. When we gather to recount our tales, we create a tapestry of shared experiences, each thread contributing to a larger narrative that binds us together. Consider the power of a single story, how it can ignite passion, evoke sorrow, or spark laughter. It can open hearts and minds, allowing us to see the world through another's eyes. The merchants of memory understood this instinctively. They knew that stories were not just entertainment, but vital tools for shaping culture and identity. They held the keys to understanding our shared humanity. As we navigate our fast-paced lives, we must strive to reconnect with these lost traditions, to honor the legacy of the merchants of memory. We can do this by inviting storytelling into our own lives, whether through sharing our personal experiences, listening to the elders in our communities, or even creating new narratives that reflect our contemporary struggles and triumphs. The world may have forgotten the merchants of memory, but they need not be lost forever. Each of us has the power to become a merchant in our own right, to champion the stories that shape our identities and connect us to one another. By doing so, we honor those who came before us and ensure that the rich tapestry of human experience continues to thrive. In this fast-paced, ever-evolving world, let us not forget the importance of memory. The stories that bind us, the lessons that guide us, and the connections that elevate our shared humanity. The merchants of memory may be forgotten, but their spirit lives on in every story we share, in every memory we cherish, and in every heart that beats with the rhythm of our shared narrative. It is time to awaken that spirit, to embrace the art of storytelling, and to honor the legacy of those who once held the world's memories in their hands.